Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome, everybody. How's everybody's Father's Day weekend been? Did everybody have a good Father's Day weekend? I want to say hi to I want Heart to Touch and Miss Chewy and JJ and Nene and Yorkshire and Crooked Arrow and Ricky Clicks and Clover Stitcher and Wendy McCone and Angela P, Tree, Angela, Sun King, Annabelle. Okay, Annabelle. Hey, Audria Presley and Michelle Tucker and the VK Esther and Patty Griffin and let's see, I know, and Peppa and Angel Loader and Diana Parker and Always Late and Cool Gamer and Hash Brown and Audrey D and Lone Star and Hope and Truth and Frankie and Hash Brown and Bobo Evans and Jack, Lady Seven Up and Sarah and Crime with Yanni and Sun King and Jody Landis. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. This is a new case that I'm talking about today. This just recently happened. I will be talking about some really bad stuff. I will be showing footage. In the footage, it is blanked out, but there will be live footage on the scene from the police investigation about this guy that killed his unalived, hello pink butterfly, his three little innocent blonde headed baby boys in front of his wife, and he had a stepdaughter that was a teenager, and she ran away to the fire department because they didn't live that far away. And well, it's in Ohio, yes. And I want to bring that up because I want y'all to see that. But I will be talking about this case. Um, I want to show you the video first, a little bit of it, and then we'll go from there on to. I just want to let you know a little bit about what's going on with it, a little bit of the footage um, that I have, and these little baby boys. I've did a lot of research, and the dad took them fishing. They played baseball. I mean, it's just unreal. And I want to show you his arrest first. Now, in the police video, the children, listen, they were 7 to 4, 7 years old to 4 years old, and he took them outside in the yard and unalived them execution style. And I think one of them, I'm not for sure which one of them was that run off into the field. He went and hunted him down, brought him back, and did that in front of the mother, and shot the mother in the hand. He'd had done a lot more than that to me if it would have been my child. But I did more research. It doesn't go into about it, but I actually did more research and got an interview with the neighbor saying that he was very controlling. 7, 4, and 3, yes, that he was a very controlling man, and that he let me see if I can find that footage right quick. He was a very controlling man, and that he was always yelling at the mom and being mean to her and yelling at those kids and saying really bad stuff. So he had anger issues. So right here's the three boys. These are the three boys. This just recently happened in Ohio, you guys. It's not been long. Hey, Lucky Charms. Hello, Sarah. Not blaming the mother. I know I shouldn't be blaming the mother, but I'm just saying if it was my kids, I wouldn't have stood back and let him done it. He would have had to took my life too. But in this video, the police video, you will be hearing the mother crying out that he took her life. Those kids were her life, and it's just really sad. But here is him with one of his boys. They were all three kids, but right here is the sister. This is the teenage sister that ran for help. Thank God he didn't get her because. And when the police arrested him, he was just nonchalantly sitting on the steps. Hey, Sassy Gigi, how are you? He was nonchalantly sitting on the steps. But this little girl here ran away and ran to the fire department. They said she was screaming down the street, "Get me some help. My stepdad has got a gun and he is shooting everybody." And so, yeah, there's a trigger warning. Thank you, Hash Brown, for that. So, yeah, it's really disturbing, but we still don't know a reason why this happened, but we know that he had a previous criminal record of choking his father, which was dismissed. But this just recently happened. So I'm going to let you listen to this. Credit to 10 to Life. I'm going to play a little bit of her stuff.
Teenage stepdaughter, and she is believed to be 16 years old and named Alexis. Chad and Laura had 3 boys together, ages 3, 4, and 7.
Hello, Laura P.
Their names are believed to be Hunter, Clayton, and Chase. The boys are described as hilarious, sports-loving, sweet little boys. They were known to be completely inseparable. Laura was allegedly a stay-at-home mom, and Chad was the breadwinner for the family. The family all lived in a modest 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home in New Richmond, which is a city within Clermont County.
Okay, I want to say is that they lived in a nice home. They had a nice camper. They lived in a great place. They had lots of stuff. I don't understand it. He took the boys fishing. The boys played baseball. They were very good in baseball. And, it just don't make sense. It just don't make sense at all. But the police were absolutely devastated in this town. Like, they are devastated. They had never seen anything like that in their careers. So I'm going to play the rest of it for you. I do have to stop. If anybody could, let's see, I might be able to put that link out there. I'll put it out later. This is 10 to Life, so credit to them. Fair use. Yeah, they're going for he's got a $2 million bond, and they're going for the death penalty. They're going to try to go. Oh, hang on just a second, y'all. I don't know why this isn't.
And within the Doerman family. A 911 call came in around 4:15 from a distressed mother screaming that her babies had been shot. The mother who called was Laura, and she was screaming about her 3 young boys. At the same time that she was calling in, 16-year-old Alexis was running down the street toward the firehouse, screaming her father was killing people. You can see the fire station is basically right across the street. Someone saw and heard Alexis screaming and also called 911. Very quickly, nearly every patrol car in the area was dispatched. In a dispatch feed, a dispatcher could be heard telling everyone at the firehouse to go inside. The dispatcher was also telling the ambulance to turn off sirens, likely as a way to keep the shooter unaware that the police were coming. There was also someone letting dispatch know that they had a 16-year-old in the firehouse. They were referring to Alexis.
20 million.
When officers got to the home, no one could prepare for the horror that they were about to witness. 3 little boys shot, and their father, Chad, sitting on the porch with a rifle with absolutely no care in the world.
Yep.
Now, I want to note that a news video said that a coroner said that 2 boys were in the front yard and that 1 was in the home. However, most of the information says that all 3 boys were in the front yard. Regardless, all 3 boys had been shot. And sadly, despite the efforts, the boys were pronounced dead at the scene. The body cam footage has already been released to the public. Now, I want to warn you that it is heartbreaking when you hear the boy's mother screaming in the background. And the black square that you will see in the video is censoring the little boys' bodies, who had all been shot execution style.
This is the body cam footage. Trigger warning, y'all. Trigger warning, the little boys are in the yard, so.
Where's he at?
Trigger warning, guys.
The shooter's on the porch.
Get him right here. Right here. You got him on the porch.
We've asked. That's the last place we've been told.
You
that
show
he's
me your
on the
hands
porch.
now! Stand up and walk towards us! Stand up now! Walk towards us! Stand up with your hands up!
We got a visual in the mail. He's not showing his hands, not following.
Stand up now!
I'm not showing hands, so we're calling commands. His name is Chad Doerman. Chad
Hey.
Doerman.
I know, but we can't.
If people need first aid and he's not complying, you know he's a shooter, shoot him.
We gotta find cover first. We ain't no good if we ain't safe ourselves. Hey, no. We need to come from this side where we can see him. Don't take cover behind her. We see him. We're going to approach from this side. We got cover. Right here.
6 number 29 and 63 attack that.
We're gonna look at it right now.
Show us your fucking hands now. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up now. Stand up. Stand the fuck up.
EMS to stage and air carrier is going to go ahead and fly whenever any unit's going to die.
Get your hands out here.
72.
Cover 21. Send the air.
Those guys can confirm that there's people that need first aid, and that's the shooter who's not complying. They need to take care of the
I got it.
victims. They have to shoot him and shoot him.
Man, I ain't trying to hurt nobody. I'm completely sober. Never did drugs a day
63,
in my
we're
life.
21. Get the EMS over here.
Well, I did drugs when I was little, but I don't do drugs now. I'm sober. I'm not trying to fight you. Gatlin,
63.
get your butt inside. Gatlin, get your butt inside.
We on primary?
Now.
29, we got 3 kids down.
3 kids down, 16 up.
Gatlin.
63, we're 21.
Knock
Have
it off.
EMS respond over here.
You're clear. They're being advised.
Robert 34, just started mass casualty response.
63, do you want them to respond to the Laurel Lindale address? Where exactly do you need them?
We're right in the front yard. What are you doing, man?
Hey, pretty copy all this.
Can I roll over? I ain't gonna hurt you. I ain't gonna hurt
You
nobody.
got anything on you?
No, I ain't got nothing, man. Phone, that's it. I ain't mad. I ain't nothing. Just make sure that dog don't come out. I don't think he'll bite you. Just don't reach for him and try to grab him and pet him.
All right.
He won't bite you.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. Can I stand up? It's kind of uncomfortable.
I'm gonna
I
get
ain't
you
gonna
here
do
in a
nothing. I ain't running
second.
away. You can do whatever you want.
Here. You the only one else inside the house?
What?
You the only one else inside the house? Sit down right here.
My daughter, she ran over to the fire department.
Sit down.
It's my stepdaughter.
Put him in the cage.
This is Will.
They're all being advised next like 2 additional medics. There's also air carrier flying, but they need an LV and medic coming. Yes.
Can you get the wallet out of my back pocket? Shut up, dude. You had the right to remain silent. You fucking use it. Yes, sir. Call. I'm on the boss right now.
Yeah, 90 where Chief and Captain's way.
Hold on.
The craziest part of the body footage was just how calm the father Chad was. I noticed that he mentioned that he was not drunk, as if that would be the concern with 3 murdered children in the front yard. I can't imagine the strength that it took law enforcement to stay calm with him when they were witnessing such a traumatic event that had been caused by this ever so calm man, their own father. During all of that, Laura was quickly rushed away to University of Cincinnati Hospital since her hand had also been shot. She wasn't made aware until later that evening that her boys were officially pronounced deceased. As more details started to
Okay, I want to tell you all this too. I don't know if y'all heard her in the background, but she was like, they were my life. They were my life. They were so little. They were so little. And the black squares was actually the little ones laying in the yard. He had annihilated those babies all over that yard. And could you imagine being an EMS or a police officer having to come up on something like that? And he just acted like it wasn't nothing. He acted like he wasn't guilty of anything. He was literally standing on the steps with a shotgun after he had just annihilated his 3 precious little baby boys. Yes, she does. I tried to look her up, but I don't think she had a Facebook. He's got a Facebook, and the boys are on his Facebook. But thank you, Leonie, for that. Credit to 10 to Life. Yes. Did the wife stay inside when he shot them? She must have tried to stop him or something because her hand got shot. But he told, allegedly, he had told the police officers that he had it planned. So yes, the prosecutor, and you'll see here in a minute when he goes to his arraignment, speaks for says he's never asked for that high of a bond before. But yes, it wasn't $2 million, it was $20 million bond, because they wanted to make sure that this animal didn't get back out on bond, because of course his parents are jumping on the, oh, he would never do that thing. So I'm going to let y'all watch the rest of this. Credits to 10 to Life. And coming up, you will see the arraignment where he shows some stuff, but I think he shows some emotions, but I think it's for himself, not for the baby boys. Here we go.
to unfold, the community was not prepared to
Imagine protecting yourself confidently without using complicated self-defense tactics.
hear what had happened at the hands of this horrible human being. Chad, who had been planning this apparently for months, lined his 3 young boys up in the front yard. While it's unclear which of the boys did this, it has been made public knowledge that one of the boys tried to run away to a nearby field. Chad then hunted him down and brought him back to the house. At some point, Laura also tried intervening and grabbed the gun. Chad then shot her in the hand. Chad then shot all 3 of his children execution style. Those 3 sweet, innocent babies were unable to protect themselves in any sort of capacity, and Chad made sure that the one other person who could protect them, their mother, was unable to do so. There were actually news reporters who were made aware of the boys' deaths before Laura even was. A reporter named Tanya from WCPO later posted that she had known the boys were deceased when she was talking about the story on the news that night. However, the detectives had asked her team not to release that information until Laura had been made aware of what happened.
Of course, and definitely respect to that mother. But I think the mother actually knew. I mean, if he did that, I'm sure she knew. They were so cute, y'all. Watch his reaction in the courtroom. Watch that. Thank you, Miss Chewy.
On Friday, June 16th, Chad appeared at the Clermont County Courthouse on 3 counts of aggravated murder.
Hi, Brown Bear.
Chad was brought in with many officers surrounding him. It was clear that he is now an extreme safety risk. Not only did he have multiple officers with him, but he was also in what is often described as a vest or a pickle suit. As most of you are aware, the outfit is unable to be shredded, and it is used to protect inmates from harming themselves. Chad's attorney requested a $75,000 bond. However, the prosecution gave more details and then asked for a bond higher than one that had ever been asked for before.
And the facts I have for you at this point are as follows. The trauma that this man has inflicted on his family, the community, law enforcement, first responders, and all of the rest of us who have any idea what's going on here is unspeakable. There's been a full admission in this case, Judge. The case is still new. We're still discovering facts. But the evil horror of what we know is impossible to process. In an act of just incomprehensible cruelty, the father that stands before you lined up his 3 young boys, and he executed them in his own home with a rifle. They were ages 3, 4, and 7, Judge. In an act of desperation to save her children, the mother at some point grabbed the gun the father was wielding to attempt to protect them. We know that one of the boys was able to flee into a field near the home. And again, we know from his admission, father hunted that boy down, drug him back to the property, and executed him in front of witnesses. The mother was shot through the hand in her attempt to protect her children. Judge, I asked the court setting this bond to just begin to imagine their fear. This was the man that every day they woke up looking to for protection, love, guidance in all things. Man they trust more than any other person on earth. The person they rely upon to keep them safe from harm. He was their world. He was their guardian. And he executed them in cold blood. We know that from his admission. By that same admission, Judge, he has committed one of the most monstrous, craven, cowardly acts that will ever be our misfortune to see. To make things even more disturbing, Judge, this was no haphazard act. Again, by his own admission, he planned the events of this day. This did not happen on a whim. He's confessed to what I believe is the worst crime, at least I hope, that I'll see in my lifetime. I hope it's the worst fact pattern that ever comes before this court. Judge, it's important for the court to know in the bond we're going to request today, for the court to understand Doerman County deputies, Monroe Township Fire and EMS, and other first responders bravely respond to the scene where they don't know what's going on. They did not know what they're facing, and they come into a scene that no one can ever be prepared for. No law enforcement training, no training of any kind prepares you for this. It's easy to forget that these are men and women with families, children, feelings, emotions. They're not some automaton performing a delegated function. They're people. They were required to give CPR to gunshot children, 3, 4, and 7-year-old children. They held these boys in their arms, knowing there was nothing they could do to save them. How long do those scars last? What day do you wake up from that and or heal? How do you unsee such an abomination? Bond factors this court needs to consider today are set forth in Criminal Rule 46, nature and circumstance of the crime charged, and specifically whether the defendant used or had access to a weapon, including the seriousness of the offense. It's the most serious offense that we have on the books, Judge. This is it. You can't commit a more serious offense. So the nature of the crime charged is the worst crime that can be charged. Did he have access to a weapon? Yes, obviously he did. The weight of the evidence against the defendant at this point, Judge, we stand here with a full admission of the defendant. That also goes to the confirmation of the defendant's identity, and witnesses on scene did see at least part of what happened. Next, the court is to consider the likelihood this person would return to court if a bond were issued. Again, this is the most heinous crime with the most severe penalty under the law that we presented to the grand jury. That alone would be a major factor in discouraging a person from availing themselves to this court or any other. And the thought to flee and the likelihood of flight is great in the state's opinion. The danger he poses to the community is a factor that this court can consider, and I think with the facts in front of you, Judge, we can't name a person that poses a greater threat to the community. As his prior record goes, Judge, it is fairly minimal. He was charged with domestic violence in 2010. He is not, to my knowledge, on probation committee control. Judge, the facts of this case are hopefully like no other we will ever see. When this case gets indicted in the Court of Common Pleas, I am certain that a no bond hearing will be held, and I would hope that would be granted. But at this point, this juncture, we're going to ask this court to issue a bond we've never asked for before. I'm going to ask for a bond of $20 million. And I hope I never need to request such a bond again.
Thank you. Date for preliminary hearing?
The date for the preliminary hearing, Judge, is 6/26.
No objection.
Grandpa, when I found the bird, I prayed.
The preliminary hearing will be set for June 26th at 1 p.m. At this point in time, bond's going to be set in the amount of $20 million cash or surety. Anything else at this time, Mr. Gast?
No, Judge.
Mr. Gale? Mr. Kalman, anything further?
Nothing at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you for that super chat, honey. Thank you. God bless
Chad
you.
showed absolutely zero emotion in the front yard after brutally murdering the 3 children that he should have been protecting.
Thank you,
But
Ashley.
then decided to put on a show for the judge, which I am just disgusted by him. I'm not sure if you guys heard him talking at the end here, but it sounded like he was saying CCO2. I'm not exactly sure what that was in reference to, but there has been speculation that he was asking for the non-population community at the Clermont County Jail, essentially protective custody. And I'm sure they will keep him in protective custody for now, although I really don't think that he should get that after what he did. After court, prosecutor Mark Tekelov spoke, essentially describing the case as the worst that he had ever seen.
This is by far the most sickening, horrifying crime I have seen. I can only imagine that the terror of these little boys felt and experienced as their father, the protector, was murdering them. Unfortunately, the mother saw this. You can imagine the immense trauma and terror that she experienced. And we will do our utmost within my office to see that this defendant never sees the light of day again.
Mark has worked in Clermont County for 34 years now, so saying that it's the worst he's ever seen is a really big, bold statement.
I think that the dad, when he was crying for, and he said something that referred to general population. But make no mistake, they will not put this man in general population. For one thing, his safety, number one, because people will probably want to take him out for doing that to the children. And number two, if he gets death row, which I think they're going to try for, he's not ever going to get see general pop. So if he thinks he's going to go in there and get it easy roadway, I don't think that's going to happen. But you're going to see here where the neighbor says that he's seen the boys after they were unalived, and that the father was very mean to the wife and the children. So here we go. Let's see here.
He started as an assistant prosecutor in 1989. I can only imagine.
So let's go back and see what else here we got.
Bad. And it really gives me the creeps to think of what transpired just days after that. I also looked at Chad's past criminal history. Chad has a lot of motor vehicle offenses, but more seriously, he was arrested in 2010 after allegedly choking his father, Keith Doerman. The case was later dropped when Keith did not show up for court as the prosecution's witness.
Wow.
On Saturday, June 17th, Keith did an interview in which he explained that the 2010 charge was a misunderstanding and had been dropped. I'm not sure how true that is. However, I can understand if it wasn't a misunderstanding that he was possibly just trying to paint his kid in a better light.
Right.
Although there is really no better light for someone who heinously just took the lives of 3 innocent children, and in such a brutal execution manner. Keith described Chad as fun, as a loving dad. He said that he could tell Chad just snapped and that his eyes were now hollow inside. He followed that by saying that wasn't Chad standing at the arraignment.
You know what? If you watch the video, it was just nonchalant. And like Miss Chewy said, I think that they were having problems. I think he was mean to her. And I think he wanted to hurt her, and he knew by taking out those beautiful little babies that he hurt her. And thank God that the girl got away, because I think she would have probably been next. But the fact that he didn't annihilate her, he just took the babies, shows me that he was out to hurt her instead of the babies. But I want to see, let's see, I don't think she says anything in here about that. Here's some pictures of the little ones.
That he couldn't handle it anymore before hanging up the call. I can imagine that Keith and his wife Gloria are completely shocked at what has come of Chad and what his actions have been, and I can only imagine their heartbreak and grief in this situation. However, I would still never refer to Chad as a super father. Super fathers don't hurt their kids in any sort of way, let alone kill them in such a cold.
Oh my goodness. Somebody said I lived 20 minutes away from the shooting tragedy, 3, 4, and 7. She ran, and the lady stopped and called 911. And then she ran to the, are you talking about the little girl? She ran to the fire department as well. And then the mother called 911. And it's just heartbreaking because, like, you know, it's obvious that he was out to hurt that mother, or he would have took her and his life too. One of the kids ran away and he dragged it back. Yeah, probably one of the oldest ones, I'd say. I'd say it was the 7-year-old. They didn't specify which one, but I think it might have been the 7-year-old. I do believe that he wanted vengeance against his wife. Yeah, I do too, enchantment, because he was sitting on the steps with the shotgun when the police came. So if he was going to, he was such a coward. He was a coward. If he was going to take her out, he would have took her out, I believe. He had time. I feel he felt he couldn't have the boys. No one could. Now, I don't know if they were having trouble, but I will show you here where a neighbor talks to the news and says, "Hey, Nene," that he was very mean, and he would say condescending and mean stuff to the kids all the time and yell at them and her. Yes, it is very, very sad. He was a coward by taking the lives of those poor babies. Yes, he was. And this just recently happened. Yeah, this just happened, y'all. Let me show you some more pictures of the little ones. Look how beautiful. Look, y'all. Them babies look just like him. Just like him. I mean, how can you do such a thing to your precious babies? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, he took them fishing. They played baseball. They said they were really good. I heard she was getting a divorce, but it's hearsay. See, they're not saying much about her, and you can't find much. I know her sister has a GoFundMe out. Her name is Robin Brown, but I couldn't find one on her. Yeah, I think so too. Lean on me. It does me too. But it's sad because, like, those beautiful little boys, look at them. Just check. The GoFundMe is now over $183,000. Wow. Hey, Kayla. It was about controlling his wife. That's what I think. This poor girl right here had to witness her little brothers being unalived. She had to witness this. I feel so bad for her. I mean, it's sad. It's sad. I mean, she ran for her life. Could you imagine what this girl is having to go through? I mean, so, so, so sad. So, so sad. Let me see here. What else she's saying?
The whole community is still reeling. Some neighbors have done interviews.
Right,
19-year-old Seth Trees lives a couple houses down.
You see this massive police presence up here.
Yeah, it's weird. It's unheard of, crazy.
Tell me what it's
Hey,
like
Nora
around here.
Woods.
Quiet, people mind their business.
Nothing like that ever happens out here. This is a quiet country and very nice area. So to hear this, it's terrible.
Deputies say when they arrived, they found Chad Doerman, the kid's father, sitting on the home steps, with his boys laying in the yard. He was taken into custody and questioned by detectives.
If it gets to the point where you get that mad, I mean, walk away. Don't, in no way harm your spouse or your children. I mean, come on, just walk away. That don't take, and don't hurt nobody.
The other 911 caller also did an interview.
Grim day in Claremont County that started around 4:15 when a woman called 911 saying her babies had been shot. Around the same time, Misty Hockey was driving to Kroger and saw a teen girl running for help.
She was running with a little black lab and she was screaming, "Call 911, call 911." She says, "My stepfather is shooting everyone in my household."
Hockey called 911 as police rushed to the scene on Laurel Lindell Road.
I wanted to get her in the car, but she just refused to leave her family. And that just says testament of how much she loved them.
Despite everyone saying it's a quiet neighborhood and everyone is very nice, one neighbor said the opposite about Chad.
That 32-year-old Chad Doerman is charged with aggravated murder. He's being held without bond at the Claremont County Jail and will be arraigned in just a couple hours here in Claremont County at the municipal court. Then Sheriff's Office says more charges could be added. Now, the boys were found shot at a home near the corner of Laurel Lindell Road and Claremontville Laurel Road. We learned that an unknown woman called 911 screaming that her babies have been shot. And just 3 minutes later, a separate caller who had driven by called 911 and said that they had seen an underage girl running down the road saying, quote, her father was killing everyone. Now, when the sheriff's deputies came to the house, that's when they found Doerman sitting outside on a step. They also found the 3 boys unresponsive in the yard with gunshot wounds. Now, we know that they did try life-saving measures until Monroe Fire and EMS arrived, but the boys did die at the scene. Now, the boys' mother, a 34-year-old woman, was also outside of the home when officials arrived. We learned that she also had a gunshot wound to the hand and was transported to UC Medical Center. Now, you guys have been hearing from a neighbor who was home at the time of the incident, and he spoke with us and he told us really what type of person Chad Doerman is and what he heard and saw from the scene.
We heard gunshots and I didn't know what it was.
Sorry about that.
So I went to the store and come back and I, found out really what happened. And unfortunately, I did see the kids laying in the yard. The guy was very unstable. He was an unstable person. He was just very mean. He was very angry. Every day yelling at his wife, dogging her, downgrading the kids, just very angry. And if they didn't do what he said, and I've seen it firsthand, but I never thought that he would do that.
There is still another neighbor who made public comments alluding to him drinking daily,
Okay,
yelling at
I'm
his
sorry.
children, and even threatening to kill the neighbor's dog after he got loose.
Wow.
She said she has called the police on him before. Now, if that's true, it would possibly make sense as to why he did tell the police that he wasn't drunk when they came to his house. But in my opinion, he still seemed too calm to be under the influence of alcohol. Maybe something else, but I don't know. Through the heartbreak, the community is standing strong for Laura and her precious children. Outside her home, there is a memorial set up. Tons of things have been left in remembrance of 3 sweet little boys who lost their lives far too soon. At a nearby baseball field, a memorial.
This is where they play baseball, y'all. This is where they play baseball. I think the GoFundMe link is actually over 193,000. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, credits to 10 to Life, y'all. I'm putting that in here quite a bit because she did do a lot of this research too. But yeah, the coaches, I'll show you some interviews where the coaches said that they were very good baseball players. And it sounded like to me that this guy was a complete control freak and that he wanted to hurt the wife because they've not said anything yet. Daisy, was it okay to post the GoFundMe link? Yes, ma'am, it's fine. Thank you, always late. Yes, that's absolutely fine. Anything to help that family and this mother. Yes. Well, when you threaten my dog, you're on my radar. He didn't want to hurt the dog. He didn't want to hurt the mother. It was these 3 beautiful, precious children that God gave him that he wanted to hurt. And it had to be to hurt that mother. I bet his mom has so much hurt and regret. Yeah, his mom, and we're going to bring those Facebooks up here in a minute, and I'll show you guys those. Yeah, he is Kiki man for sure. That dog was sweet. I think the dog was actually with the young girl when she ran down the street. But I'll show you some more.
Memorial was set up on the field, and players had a moment of silence and prayer for the family. The New Richmond Youth Sports Association is collecting donations for the family. Laura's sister Rachel also set up a GoFundMe. At the time of this recording, the GoFundMe has raised over $160,000. One of Alexis's friends has also set up a GoFundMe for her friend's family. On Saturday night, Rachel posted a tribute to the boys. In this tribute, it reads, "We want the world to know how amazing these babies were. They are not only this tragedy. They were happy and funny, so very funny, goofy, kind, loving boys. They're beautiful and deserve to be proudly displayed. They fished and played ball. They loved fiercely and with their entire hearts. They played together just as hard. Nothing will ever be right without them, but they need to be seen for the blessings they were, the happy lives they lived, the mom who loves them more than herself. They are perfect babies." The house, which was once a home of 4 beautiful, funny, giggling, loving children, is now a stark reminder of how horrible people can be. Throughout all of this,
this is sad, you all. This is sad. This just goes to show that if you have children, thank you, Hash Brown. I was getting ready to say that. Thank you, Hash Brown. If you have children and you are in a domestic violence relationship, you need to get out because more than likely they're going to hurt those kids. Now, I was in one when I was a teenager, and thank God I never married him. I moved in with him when I was 17 years old and left him when I was 20. But I had animals and he tried to kill my animals. I couldn't imagine having a children with him. Like I had a dog and he knowed I loved that dog and he was jealous. So he would pick that dog up and throw that dog and all the time try to hurt my dog. And then one time I had hamsters and he literally picked up the cage and slammed the hamsters down on the ground, killing my hamsters. And when I started crying, he picked me up and threw me in a shower and with all my clothes on and run cold water on me. He was very, very violent. And I thank God that I never had children with this guy because they're literally jealous of anything. Any way they can hurt you, they will. And obviously this mother just didn't know how to get out, of this. Yeah, Tanya, absolutely. Death penalty ASAP. Um, because I know it's hard to get out because you feel like you're scared. I was literally scared to get out until my brother stood up and told him, and I knew that he wouldn't mess with my brother. I literally got the strength to get away from him. Always Late says, yes, I was in a domestic violence marriage. Thank goodness no children from that marriage. Trust me, it never gets better. It only gets worse. Yes. And it sounds like to me that this man was absolutely doing this to hurt these babies, to hurt that mother. He wanted to hurt that mother, or he would have took that mother out and he would have took himself out. You was scared of it? Yeah. A lot of us have been in a DV relationship, and you know how hard it is. It's not easy. It's not easy to get away. People say, "Oh, just get away," but they get you under this like spell. Like literally, I don't know how I survived that relationship, but I got away through God's grace. God's grace got me away from that. I would literally pray to God to get me out of that relationship. And so, yeah, he was very disturbed. And to me, this just seems like a spiteful act of pure evil, a trauma bond. Thank you, Hash Brown. Hash Brown, are you trained in domestic violence? Do you have training on that? She knows a lot about it. I was just wondering. But yeah, if you've got children and you are in a relationship like this, it's not going to get better. And this is what happens in a domestic violence relationship. Yes, Miss Daisy, they do put a spell. I pray every night. I left with nothing. Yeah, you're willing to walk away from everything. Literally walk away from everything to get out of that relationship. I know I was. I left everything behind. Everything. Oh, Christine's kids are with her. Oh, she's got her sons, y'all. Her baby boys are with her. How sweet. We won't be seeing Christine for a while. He's got her babies with her. Miss Daisy, they do put a spell on you. I dealt with it. I've been researching it for years. They have touched on it in schools also. Yeah, me too, Daisy. I was terrified of him. Even after I left, I watched over my shoulder for 20 years until the day he passed away. I know it sounds horrible, but it's the best day of my life. Yeah, no doubt about that. After I got away from mine, um, he came up. I got married and had children, and him and his brother decided to take a ride up there to my parents' house. And I stopped him at the corner and I told him to get the hell out of there. And they turned around and left. I did not want them up there around my children. No way, Jose. Um, but yeah, some women don't have the strength to get out of it. And it's sad because the children is the ones that suffer. I don't understand why that neighbor didn't call the social services and tell them about what kind of monster that guy is. My monster is dying right now with painful disease. Oh, Yaney, you've been through so much. Let's see what else.
The one photo that got me the most was this photo of a little bike in the front yard, right nearby where those boys took their final breaths. The bike laying there is just so significant of what should be 3 happy little children playing outside, and now what will never be 3 happy little children playing outside. Ohio is a death penalty state. I do hope that they seek the death penalty for Chad.
I do
However,
too.
the only current way that they execute inmates is by lethal injection.
Good.
Hopefully he gets sentenced to death, and by the time his day rolls around, they're able to use a firing squad the way he did on his children. I truly think that he
I feel
should
the same
suffer
way.
and have his last moments be full of pain and fear, just like his sweet, innocent boy's last moments were.
Could you imagine those 3 little kids and that sister? That little sister, not including the mother. Narcissist or narcissistic personality disorder taught me so much. Yeah, and that's exactly what it is, Hash Brown. It's a narcissistic personality disorder. Like, and it's a coward disorder, because I've seen this, because they can jump on their children, they can jump on their wives, they can jump on women, but when it comes to manning up, as you've seen, he laid down like a puppy when it come to the police. We'll go back to that. He laid down like a puppy. Like, oh, well, I'm sorry. Don't do nothing to me. Like, I'm not going to fight these because something might happen to me. You know what I'm saying? He laid down like a puppy. Look at him. He acts like nothing ever did happen. Like nothing. And that's what cowards do. That's what narcissistic cowards do. They they will bully women and children, but they won't bully a man. Hey, Snow. I know, Daisy, those 3 babies are in their big sister. Yes, Tanny, amen. But yeah, they bully. They absolutely bully women and children, but they won't bully a man. And that's how mine was. He would not stand up to a man. I love when your voice gets high. I pray those precious boys haunts him every minute of his life he has left. Me too. And guys, look what a fine home they have. I mean, they have a nice home, a brand new truck, a camper trailer. They took the kids fishing. He had literally everything going for him. Literally, this man had everything going for him. And what did he do? He annihilated his family to spite his children's mom. Hey, Robin Ann, how are you? He is a coward and he's very evil. He has that evil look in his eyes like Chris Watts. Yeah, he does. And if you go to his Facebook, let me bring that up. I'll bring his Facebook up, y'all. Hang on. If you go to his Facebook, he literally, let me see if I can bring that up, has pictures of the boys. Chad. Is this the one? Yeah, this is his Facebook. Let me bring that up, y'all. I did not find the Facebook of the mother. You know, with him being controlling, she probably did not have a Facebook. But I did find his Facebook, and look, the boys are on there. I mean, he acted like a normal father, took them fishing, and then just annihilated them. Just goes to show that even nice homes are evil in them. Yes. Amen, Susan. The worst thing is the courts give them visitation and not let the mother leave the state. They have law now. If you leave, they get you for parental kidnapping. Oh my gosh, that is crazy. Especially if they have a violent past. Evidently, the mother was not turning him in for being violent. But the neighbor talked like he talked down to him. He never mentioned. Now, this here is a picture of him and the wife. This is the mother. That right now is the only picture that I can find of those two. But this is him and her. And they look like a normal. See how Facebook can be deceiving? They look like a normal family, right? But evidently not. There's him and the boy, one of the boys fishing. I mean, come on, I just don't understand it, y'all. I don't get it. I don't get it. Gosh, this is just heartbreaking for those children. I know, Denise. It is. I just don't get it at all. To just go in and annihilate your whole. And these boys are all that's on his Facebook. And his mother, Gloria, says, "Oh, I love my babies." But yet, I understand she's his mother, but she is coddling him right now for what he's done. Him and his father. And I know that's normal, but listen, if my son and I, or my children, annihilated their children, I don't know. I don't know. My grandma was a nasty housekeeper, but I love going to her house and spending time with her. But I mean, how can you justify what your child does? Such a horrible thing like that. And this is all the pictures that he has of the kids, on his Facebook. He took them fishing. They were baseball players. They said they were very athletic. Very, very athletic. Let's see here. This is as far as it goes. So, yeah. So sad. They said them boys were country boys too. We are praying for you, lean on me. It makes no sense. It looks like he loved them so much. I don't know. We don't know if there was a mistress now. We don't know yet where this just happened. So we've not heard anything else about it. I mean, as far as he's had his arraignment, but it's been kind of quiet about it. We've not heard anything about them having affairs or getting a divorce or anything like that. In my opinion, he already abused his wife to the point that the only way to hurt her anymore was through the kids. And there's another case where a woman did that to her husband. She did that to her children to spite her husband. And that can happen. That definitely can happen. So let's see. I'm going to see if I can bring up some more. I know I shared some more news broadcast in here. I wanted to show you all his Facebook and how Facebook can be so deceiving. Here's another one of the case. Let's see. There's police footage. There's the original. Another part of the police footage. I'll bring that up right quick. Trigger warning. Trigger warning, y'all. This is another part of the police footage. We'll bring that up here.
Stand the fuck up!
Like I said, the black squares are the children. Black squares in the yard.
Get your hands out of here.
Don't remember that, Angel.
Come for 21. It's in there.
Those guys can confirm that there's people that need first aid, and that's the shooter who's not complying. They need to take care of the
I got it.
victims. They have to shoot him and shootout.
Man, I ain't trying to hurt nobody. I'm completely sober. Never did drugs a day
63,
in my
we're
life.
21. Get the EMS over here.
Well, I did drugs with a flip, but I don't do drugs now. I'm sober. I'm not trying to fight you.
63.
Get your butt inside. Yellen, get your butt inside.
We on primary?
Now.
29, we got 3 kids down.
That's him yelling at the dog.
Yellen.
63, we're 21.
Knock
Have
it off.
EMS respond over here.
You're clear, they're being advised.
Robert 34, just started mass custody response.
63, do you want them to respond to the Laurel Lindale address? Where exactly do you need them?
We're right in the front yard. What are you doing, man?
Hey, are you copying all this? Can I roll over? I ain't gonna hurt you. I ain't gonna hurt nobody.
You got anything on you?
No, I ain't got nothing, man. Phone, that's it. I ain't mad. I ain't nothing. Just make sure that dog don't come out. I don't think he'll bite you. Just don't reach for him and try to grab him and pet him. All right. He won't bite you.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. Can I stand up? It's kind of uncomfortable.
I'm gonna
I
get
ain't
you
gonna
here
do
in a
nothing. I ain't
second.
running away. You can do whatever you want.
Sorry about that, you all. The trigger warning for that is the black part of that was the children actually laying on the ground. But as you see the video, hey, I want to show you all. I don't want to keep showing you all this, but I want to show you that this guy is a narcissist and all about himself. Because when they walk up on him, he literally is sitting on the steps with the shotgun. So he had no plans of hurting himself or that mother other than taking those young little precious baby boys out. Okay, I'm just going to show you this part here. Hang on.
Stand up! Stand up!
See? Right there he is standing on the porch. That's him there sitting on the porch. Just nonchalant, like, dude, don't mess with me. I'm sorry. Hello, life's a dance. How are you? So this right here just goes to show you what kind of coward he was. Because when those cops stepped up, he was backing down. But he was big and bad to take his little baby kids and annihilate his children out in the yard. But he did. Yeah, they said he was a bully to his kids and his wife, but watch how he squirms like a dog when these police come in. After and these black squares for anybody that's just joining us that they've got here is literally the children laying in the yard. He annihilated all three of them in the yard, and these police officers, you can tell that they're very, very upset because they're looking at these little babies laying all over this yard, and you can tell they just want to beat the you know what out of him. Yeah. So yeah, look how nonchalant he is sitting there, like he's a coward. He's a damn coward. I'm sorry, he's a coward.
Back up!
EMS is staged and air clear is going to go ahead and fly whenever any units can advise.
Get your hands out of here. 72. Come on, 21. Send the air.
It didn't watch the dance, but the kids are laying in the.
That's the shooter. He's not complying. They need to take care of the
I got it.
victims. They have to shoot him and shoot him.
Man, I ain't trying to hurt nobody. I'm completely sober. Never did drugs a day in my life.
21. Get the EMS over here.
Well, I did drugs when I split, but I don't do drugs now. I'm sober. I'm not trying to
the mom. You can hear the mom.
63.
Get your butt inside. Gatlin, get your butt inside.
We on primary?
Now.
29, we got 3 kids down.
3 kids down, 16.
Gatlin.
63, we're 21.
Knock
Have
it off.
EMS respond over here.
You're clear, they're being advised.
Robert 34, just started mass casualty response.
63, do you want them to respond to the Laurel Lindale address? Where exactly do you need them?
We're right in the front yard. What are you doing, man?
Hey, are you copying all this? Can I roll over? I ain't gonna hurt you. I ain't gonna hurt nobody.
You got anything on you?
No, I ain't got nothing, man. Phone, that's it. I'm mad.
See, he's scared, y'all. He's scared. He literally brought them out in the yard, lined them up. One of the kids run off. I'm assuming the 7-year-old. He went back and hunted him down, and brought him back. And and annihilated them execution style in that yard. And he's a coward. He's scared that these cops are going to get him. I feel so sorry for that officer that went over there to do CPR. I do too. And I think it's a narcissistic abuse. I think they're the kind that bullies on their children and their wives, but when it comes to a grown man, they won't stand up to a man. That officer ran over to that little boy probably to revive. I know. He just say he ain't going to hurry anyone? He said he wasn't going to hurt anyone because he's afraid that they're going to probably shoot him. And I think that at this point, these cops have probably would like to do that. That's just my opinion. But you can tell that they're not playing with him at all because he's acting like nothing happened. Like, oh well, nothing. This is just, you know, I'm telling you, he would not have made it to jail. Exactly, Christine. He also said he was not mad at anyone. Right. Like, who cares what he's mad at, you know? Like, he is scared these cops are going to take him out. I think he's terrified. That just goes to show how much of a coward he is.
That ain't nothing. Just make sure that dog don't come out. I don't think he'll bite you. Just don't reach for him and try to grab him and pet him. He won't bite you.
Hey, Sugar
What's
Bun
going
Bun.
on, man? Nothing. Can I stand up? It's kind of uncomfortable. I'm going to
I
get
ain't
you
gonna
here
do
in a
nothing. I ain't
second.
running
Away. You can do whatever you want with me.
The sad part about it is that you could hear her in the background saying, they're so little. They're so little. Yeah. No. He acted like nothing. Yeah, it was in Ohio. Monroe something, Ohio. It was like between Columbus and Cleveland, Ohio. I looked it up on my thing. And it was from there. It was from there, like between there. So sad. Them little precious innocent baby boys. Hang on, somebody sent me something. Clemma, Ohio. Hang on, Christine sent me stuff. Hang on. She's come up, Christine. He looked like he'd been smoking that stuff. I don't know. They never said he was under the influence, but you never know. He told him he was not drunk. He looked like it. But now I think there was an incident before 10 to Life said that the law was called saying he was drunk. And I think he was trying to shoot a dog. I heard they were having a disagreement about something one of the kids did. Really, Christine? I've not heard that one yet. So here is what they've got him under. His charges. He's from Clemont, Ohio. Oh, this is where under consumption, possession. First degree murder. Known an attempt. Is this when he got his... Yeah, this must have been when he tried to choke his father. It is heartbreaking. That poor mother. Spice is untestable and must cut. What is spice? Does anybody know what that is? New Richmond, Ohio. Yeah, that was old charges against him, but it just goes to show that he was violent. And then let me see. I found a bunch of stuff on him, and I thought I saved it, but I might not have. Let me see. I thought I saved it on my YouTube channel. Hang on. But it's just so sad, you guys. I mean, it's just completely and thoroughly sad. Let's see here, guys. Let me go to my channel. I think I shared it on my community page because usually when I get ready to do a live, I'll share stuff on my community page. But I guess I didn't on that one. So, but there is police reports. I think spice is a synthetic marijuana. Oh, would you play the news clip again, please? What part of it you want me to go? Let me go back to 10 to Life thing. Hang on. Because I did play that one. But there's several news clips about this. Let's see. I'll see if I can find it for you guys. Are you talking about? Let me see. Hmm. Did you see? Did you guys see the part where he was in jail? Where he was at his arraignment. Oh, there's Christine. Hey, Christine.
Hey,
What's up?
just picked up one of my boys. The other one's
I
coming in tomorrow.
that. I seen that.
I lost my office though. Now I got to be in the bathroom. I lost my office, and now I got to be in the bathroom.
Well, I don't blame you a bit to just be able to see your babies. I bet you're happy to be, ain't you?
I'm excited. I got a full house again for 2 weeks. Yay!
Yay! That's awesome. That's awesome. Are you familiar?
This guy here would not have made it. But I'm telling you, he wouldn't have made it to court. Mm-mm.
No, not at all. And this act that he's putting on, this crying, is for himself. It's not for the babies. It's for himself.
And he was sitting on that step looking at what he just did. That's what he was doing.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, these are the kind that will jump on their kids and wives, their family, but won't stand up to a man. Hey, JJ.
Oh, I know a lot of those.
Hi to you, Christine, in the chat.
Hi, everybody. I can't see chat, y'all. I'm on my phone. I'm sorry, but hi. I'm excited. I got my shirt on.
What shirt is that? Air Force shirt?
Yeah, I got my proud mom shirt.
Oh,
That's how we picked him up from the airport.
It's okay, JJ. Well, at least you get to spend time with him, and I know you're so happy for that. Hello, Rhonda.
He's right now, so he's tired.
Can said hi too. She's in the chat listening.
Hi, JJ. Hi, everybody.
JJ. Rhonda Lynn. Sassy Gigi says hi.
Hi, Sassy Gigi.
But this case really got me. I'm like, oh my goodness, why those boys look so much like him? I mean, they were his little.
They all look happy.
Yeah, they all look happy. Like they were little country boys like him. I mean, you could tell they said they were excellent in baseball and everything.
What I heard was, now this is just hearsay, there's no proof and it's just hearsay that the kids were getting in trouble and the mom was taking up for the kids. And so to teach them a lesson, I guess he went too far.
Wow.
And I don't know what that is not what he did is not a man. No. He didn't have enough balls to shoot himself though, did he?
No, he didn't. And see, he didn't even act like anything happened. Like he was just like, oh well, you know.
He was in shock that what he just did.
Yeah,
he was sitting on the couch looking at them babies' bodies laying there.
Daisy, would you do it? Hell no, I wouldn't. So what? Let's investigate.
Do what?
I don't know. I'm not for sure.
Kick his ass? Yeah, I would.
Oh yeah. Well, the reason why I think the mother didn't, because she was probably verbally abused, but she did try to stop him because he shot her hand. And so, I mean, until you're in a relationship like that, you don't understand the amount of.
And that's why I took self-defense. And let me tell you what, you don't want to mess with me now. I'm nice.
Christine done do
but you want to mess with me.
She got her ninja chops. She's going to karate chop and do the jujuji chop on you.
You'll have like 1.5 seconds to get away, and that's it.
Yes. But you know, some women, they stay in these relationships because they don't see a way out, you know,
Yeah.
and she had
Oh,
these
because the guy comes in and he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Here's some flowers. I didn't mean to. I will never do it again."
Yep.
Stop. Stop. You're going to do it
Yep.
again and again and again and again. And when you guys break up, he'll find somebody else and do it to them.
Okay, I think it was a shotgun that he had. That's what they said was a shotgun. He
Oh
killed
my
him with.
gosh. Did he have to pump the gun?
Huh?
Did he have to pump the gun each time?
I don't know what kind of shotgun it was. I just heard it was a
Well,
shotgun. And the young
he had
girl,
domestic violence previously in 2010.
yeah, on his dad. I think that was his father he tried to choke. I think he was in shock, like, oh my God, what did I do? I can't go back now. I think he was scared that the cops were gonna, and you could tell them cops wanted to get him. I don't see how they could have
And he
didn't
said,
have.
"Oh, he can hurt nobody."
Yeah,
When I
people.
heard that, he said he wasn't going to hurt nobody.
Yeah,
What do you mean you're going to hurt nobody? You just offed your kids. That's beyond hurting somebody.
Jay said it looked like a small caliber rifle, but could be wrong. They're not really stating what it was right now. He was the girl's stepfather. Thank God she got away. Yeah, one child ran. Yeah, it was. She was terrified. She was screaming. They said she was screaming, running down the road. Call 911. My stepdad's got a gun and he's shooting everybody. They said she was screaming, and there was a nearby fire. Michelle said a rifle. Yeah, okay, he's a narcissistic abuser. Yeah. Um, and there was a fire department near him, and she ran straight to that fire department, and you know, she was probably terrified that he was chasing after her. But they said that all she
And
was worried
imagine
about.
the poor child that got shot. Imagine how he felt.
Yeah. Well, they said one of them tried to run away, but they said that the dad chased him down. I don't know if it was a littler one or what. Hang on just a second, okay?
Yeah, I think what he was doing was punishing the mother. That's what he was doing. He was punishing the mother and said, you know, and because all of us know that our children are everything. You cannot physically, mentally hurt us, but how you can physically and mentally hurt us is through our children. And I think he knew that. I think he knew that, and he knew that if he did something to them kids and took them kids away, who knows? Maybe she was plotting to leave or threatened to leave. We don't know. I know there was an argument ensued, and he probably said, "I'm going to teach you a lesson, and I'm going to hurt you. If I can't hurt you physically, I can't hurt you mentally. I'm going to hurt you this way," because that's how they do.
Yeah, he knew. I wonder how he knew that girl ran to the
You
fire
there, Dave?
department. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
I
me?
hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
He knew that the girl ran to the fire department. So he knew his butt was grass, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
Execution style.
Oh yeah. Something must have happened. Like I said, maybe they got into that argument, and she said, "You know what? I'm tired of this crap, and I'm leaving."
For new people. Can
And she
we
probably
replay
said,
the
"I'm going
video?
to take the kids and everything," and he said, "No, you're not." And
Look what I caught.
What is that?
Weed.
You crazy, Bub. Let me see it. What is it? Don't say
What?
that. Bub, just kidding around with me. What is that? Oh, pulled pork. He aggravates me all the time. But wonder why he didn't off himself.
yeah, look at his face.
Huh?
Exactly. He should have. He
Cried
didn't
and
have enough balls to do it. That's why.
you know? Huh?
Yeah, he didn't have enough guts to off himself. He could shoot his kids, but he can't shoot himself. He didn't have enough. He didn't have enough gumption to do it.
I know. That's crazy. You're
in and out, Daisy.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you're like moving in and out. It might just be me.
Sorry. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now.
In protected custody. Yeah. Is that what it was? I thought he wanted to go out on the thing. I thought he wanted to be in general population. So obviously he's scared for his life, which he should be. He should be. Christine, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Per WLW5 News, it was a rifle. Let's see what sorry about that, you guys. No, he said he wanted protection, Miss Daisy. Okay, so he's scared.
He wanted protection, did he?
Yeah, he's a coward in my book. A coward. And he was crying tears.
With Bubba. Bubba would be getting him. Oh,
believe me, if they put him in general pop, Bubba will get him.
Bubba needs to get him.
Uh-huh. Let's see here what we can find. If we can find.
Bubba needs to sit there and torture him.
Did you see what they had him on as far as his thing? They had him on $20 million thing, a $20 million bond.
No, good.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody in their right mind who would even attempt to bail him out.
I know. Jay said, let's see what Jay said. I just wanted the video of him being arrested. He showed up in court with a bulletproof vest on, and his bond was Ohio's highest, over 20 million. Do you guys want me to play the arresting video again? I can do that if you want me to.
That's because you know why they got a bulletproof vest, because they're afraid somebody's gonna assassinate him.
Yeah, and also they had him in like a suicide thing to keep, like he was, like I think they were afraid that he was going to do some kind of super.
Go ahead and let him kill himself. I have no mercy on somebody like that.
You know, the sad part of it is that those little boys look so much like him. You know what I mean? They look just like their daddy. I am gonna, for anybody that for the people that's coming in, I am going to show the video again of him being arrested. The police cam, but this is a trigger warning for anybody that don't want to see it. You can step away for just a minute because people are just coming in, has not seen that yet. So I'm going to show them that. This is this man being a complete and thorough coward. And the police, you can see how frustrated and how aggravated the police is. Let's see if I can make that bigger. In this video, you will also hear the mother crying out for her babies. And in the black squares is actually the babies laying in the ground, on the ground, in front of him, while he said, I'm not going to hurt anybody. So, trigger warning to this, guys. Trigger warning to this. I'm going to put a trigger warning up here because it's very disturbing to hear the mother cry over her babies, and you can tell these police officers are just beside themselves. So, trigger warning, everybody.
Stand up! Stand up now! Stand up! Stand the fuck up! Get your hands out of here. Tell them we're 21. It's in there.
Those guys can confirm that there's people that need first aid, and that's the shooter who's not complying. They need to take care of him.
I got it.
They have to shoot him and shoot him.
Man, I ain't trying to hurt nobody or nothing. I'm completely sober. Never did drugs a day
63,
in my
we're
life.
21. Get the EMS over here.
Well, I did drugs with a split, but I don't do drugs now. I'm sober. I'm not trying to fight you. Gallen,
63.
get your butt inside. Gallen, get your butt inside.
We on primary?
Now.
29, we got 3 kids down.
3 kids down, 16 down.
Gallen.
63, we're 21.
Knock
Have
it off.
EMS respond over here.
You're clear, they're being advised.
Robert 34, just started mass casualty response.
63, do you want them to respond to the Laurel Lindale address? Where exactly do you need them?
We're right in the front yard. What are you doing, man?
Hey, are you copying all this?
Can I roll over? I ain't gonna hurt you. I ain't gonna hurt nobody.
You got anything on you?
No, I ain't got nothing, man. Phone, that's it. I ain't mad. I ain't nothing. Just make sure that dog don't come out. I don't think he'll bite you. Just don't reach for him and try to grab him and pet him. He won't bite you.
What's going on, man?
Nothing. Can I stand up? It's kind of uncomfortable.
I'm gonna
I
get
ain't
you
gonna
here
do
in a
nothing. I ain't running
second.
away. You can do whatever you want with me.
Can I stand up?
It's kind of uncomfortable.
Boy,
Hell no, your ass is going to be laying down on that ground.
Boil. That makes my blood pressure go up and my heart rate start pounding. Because I don't know how those police officers contained themselves.
I wonder why they didn't let him answer. Like, they didn't give him a chance to even tell anything. Maybe because they didn't want him talking because of his Miranda rights hadn't been to, I don't know, but they wouldn't let him talk.
Probably.
And I would have let him talk.
If you say something before your Miranda rights are read, then it doesn't count.
Yeah, they kind of hushed him up, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
I think because of that, the Miranda rights. But the grandparents now of them are, let me go back to 10 to Life and let everybody see him crying in here.
The dad?
Yeah. During his arraignment, he cries like a baby, but I don't think it's for the kids. I think it's for.
Oh my gosh, they need to let that mother in there and just let her have 5 minutes with him without his vest on.
They're keeping it real hush hush about her. They're talking about Alexia, the little girl, but you're not hearing a whole lot about the mother, and that's weird. That's really weird. But I found a picture of him on his Facebook.
Chad appeared at the Clermont County Courthouse on 3 counts of aggravated murder. Chad was brought in with many officers surrounding him. It was clear that he is now an extreme safety risk. Not only did he have multiple officers with him, but he was also in what is often described as a vest or a pickle suit. As most of you are aware, the outfit is unable to be shredded, and it is used to protect inmates from harming themselves. Chad's attorney requested a $75,000 bond. However, the prosecution gave more details and then asked for a bond higher than one that had ever been asked for before.
And the facts I have for you at this point are as follows. The trauma that this man has inflicted on his family, the community, law enforcement, first responders, and all of the rest of us who have any idea what's going on here is unspeakable. There's been a full admission in this case, Judge. The case is still new. We're still discovering facts. But the evil horror of what we know is impossible to process. In an act of just incomprehensible cruelty, the father that stands before you lined up his 3 young boys, and he executed them in his own home with a rifle. They were ages 3, 4, and 7, Judge. In an act of desperation to save her children, the mother at some point grabbed the gun the father was wielding to attempt to protect them. We know that one of the boys was able to flee into a field near his home. And again, we know from his admission, father hunted that boy down, drug him back to the property, and executed him in front of witnesses.
Mm.
The mother was shot through the hand in her attempt to protect her children. Judge, I asked the court in setting this bond to just begin to imagine their fear. This was the man that every day they woke up looking to for protection, love, guidance in all things. The man they trust more than any other person on earth. The person they rely upon to keep them safe from harm. He was their world. He was their guardian. And he executed them in cold blood. We know that from his admission. By that same admission, Judge, he has committed one of the most monstrous, craven, cowardly acts that will ever be our misfortunes.
Oh, don't cry now. Oh my God.
To make things even more disturbing, Judge, this was no haphazard act. Again, by his own admission, he planned the events of this day. This did not happen on a whim. He's confessed to what I believe is the worst crime, at least I hope, that I'll see in my lifetime. I hope it's the worst fact pattern that ever comes before this court.
Mm-mm.
Judge, it's important for the court to know in the bond we're going to request today, for the court to understand Doerman County deputies, Monroe Township Fire and EMS, and other first responders bravely respond to the scene where they don't know what's going on. They did not know what they're facing, and they come into a scene that no one can ever be prepared for. No law enforcement training, no training of any kind prepares you for this. It's easy to forget that these are men and women with families, children, feelings, emotions. They're not some automaton performing a delegated function. They're people. They were required to give CPR to gunshot children, 3, 4, and 7-year-old children. They held these boys in their arms, knowing there was nothing they could do to save them. How long do those scars last? What day do you wake up from that and you're healed? How do you unsee such an abomination? Bond factors this court needs to consider today are set forth in Criminal Rule 46, nature and circumstance of the crime charged, and specifically whether the defendant used or had access to a weapon, including the seriousness of the offense. It's the most serious offense that we have on the books, Judge. This is it. You can't commit a more serious offense. So the nature of the crime charge is the worst crime that can be charged. Did he have access to a weapon? Yes, obviously he did. The weight of the evidence against the defendant at this point, Judge, we stand here with a full admission of the defendant. That also goes to the confirmation of the defendant's identity, and witnesses on scene did see at least part of what happened. Next, the court is to consider the likelihood this person would return to court if a bond were issued. Again, this is the most heinous crime with the most severe penalty under the law that we presented to the grand jury. That alone would be a major factor in discouraging a person from availing themselves to this court or any other. And the thought to flee and the likelihood of flight is great in the state's opinion. The danger he poses to the community is a factor that this court can consider, and I think with the facts in front of you, Judge, we can't name a person that poses a greater threat to the community. As his prior record goes, Judge, it is fairly minimal. He was charged with domestic violence in 2010. He is not, to my knowledge, on probation committee control. Judge, the facts of this case are hopefully like no other we will ever see. When this case gets indicted in the Court of Common Pleas, I am certain that a no bond hearing will be held, and I would hope that would be granted. But at this point, this juncture, we're going to ask this court to issue a bond we've never asked for before. I'm going to ask for a bond of $20 million. I hope I never need to request such a bond again.
Thank you. Date for preliminary hearing?
Date for the preliminary hearing, Judge, is 6/26.
What if you could make a couple extra $1,000 a month using one little app on your phone?
Sorry
Well, I
about
want to show you.
that. I want to show you a picture of these beautiful little boys. Right here, he asked at the end for
Yard after
protection.
brutally murdering the 3 children that he should have been protecting, but then decided to put on a show for the judge, which I am just disgusted by him.
Clement, Ohio.
I'm not sure if you guys heard him talking at the end here, but it sounded like he was saying CCO2.
He annihilated
I'm not
them all.
exactly sure what that was in reference to, but there has been speculation that he was asking for the non-population community at the Clermont County Jail, essentially.
Okay, for anybody that's just coming in, we showed the police cam of them getting him and the children in the yard. I don't want to show that anymore because it is pretty traumatizing.
Stop overpaying for electricity.
I hate these commercials.
I'm going to show you.
Hang on a minute, y'all. I want to show you a picture of the little sister that was running that, which is the teenagers. These are the little boys, but there's a picture of her. She is the one that took off running. That's his stepdaughter. These are the 3 boys. She ran down the road to get help because he literally, thank you, Turtle Love, Clermont County, Ohio, New Richmond. This is in Cincinnati. Okay. Thank you, Turtle Love.
That reminds me of my 3 boys right there.
These, huh?
I said, that reminds me of my 3 boys right there.
Yeah, and they all look just like him. If you look at him, they all look just like him. And the little girl, I mean, they said she was screaming down the road that he was pretty much annihilating her whole family. And they said she was more worried about her family than she was herself. And it's just sad. But if you listen on here, the neighbor, when the neighbor says that he was constantly yelling at him, degrading him, talking bad to him, sounds like to me that he was a controlling narcissist, and that he allegedly had told him that he'd planned this.
Well, but why?
I don't know.
I mean, there had to have been something going on. I mean, somebody doesn't just say, well, I'm going to go outside and shoot my kids.
Somebody said that they had got into an argument or something and he flew mad. But if he planned this, that's premeditated. So that I'm not for sure.
And this was, guarantee you, this isn't because of the boys. This is to hurt her.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. To hurt her. For those of you just joining, I'm going to show you his Facebook. I could not find one of her. I'm sure she's probably took it down.
You took it down.
Yeah. Planned for months, allegedly, Jean said. But why? What happened to the mother? She was shot in the hand. She was trying to stop him. And if you go back and listen to the footage, you can hear her screaming in the background, trying to save her babies. This is his Facebook, y'all. And the little boys is all on there. Like, he's got pictures of him and the boys. They look just like him.
Okay. On that picture, Daisy, look and scroll up and see if anybody made any comments.
They did. His mom said, Grandma loves this picture. And somebody said, nice crew there. And then his mom is like all over it. Oh, I love my babies. And then somebody said, oh, those are some handsome guys. And there's her. That's her, the mother. That's the only picture I can find of her. The only one.
And when was these? What date?
This was, let me see. a year ago. It says a year ago, January 15th, 2022.
Hmm.
This one was March the 1st of this year. June the 11th. So this is the most recent one here. This is recent, like really recent.
So it looks like they went on vacation or somewhere.
Well, the boys were good at softball. They were softball players. Hey, Tennessee gal, he had killed me. I'd be protecting my kids. Yeah. Allegedly, he was very abusive to her. I can't either, y'all. Allegedly, he was. But you can hear her in the background of the police video crying. But that's her. That has to be her, which is so sad. Her sister Rachel's got to go fund me out.
God bless him with a beautiful family, and this is what he did.
Good night, Rain Girl. Have a good night. Yeah, I do have another news clip too of it. This just recently happened. I think maybe a few days ago this happened.
Yeah.
It's not been long since this happened, and so we don't have a lot of details right now. But you know, the neighbors run me over first, been through abuse. I took a beating instead of my kids. Exactly, Tennessee gal. But I don't know what really happened with this mother. I know she got shot in the hand trying to stop him. But I mean, until you're in that situation, I don't know. Don't know. I don't know how he ran after the other kids and she didn't take off running. Probably because she didn't want to leave the other one behind. Maybe, I don't know. He could have been pointing a gun at her the whole time. I don't know what happened there. Only time will tell what really happened with them, but
I'll
I'm
tell you
over
what, when the police officers pulled up, he wouldn't have been sitting there on the daggone step. I'll tell you that now.
I know. This was the most recent, so this is what they look like. I know. It's just sad, y'all. No, she got away. The stepdaughter got away. Widow, she got away and she went screaming. And they lived by the fire department, so they said she was screaming, "Call 911" down the road the whole time. And like a woman stopped and she was screaming and she didn't stop. She just kept running until she got to the fire department.
What was his occupation? Do you know?
That I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. They've not told. I'm going to play a news clip right quick and maybe they'll tell what he does in that. This is so recent that I don't think all the details have come out about it, but I know Icamel has covered it and 10 to Life has covered it. And I'm hoping more people will grab a hold of this because these babies need justice.
Domestic violence and child abuse, right there.
Yeah. Yep.
Victims tonight, including the victim's elementary school. WLWT News 5's Lindsay Stone joins us now. Lindsay, it's been a very tough day for New Richmond schools.
Yeah, it has, Stephen. Just so many heartbroken people out here tonight. We're here outside Monroe Elementary School. This is where some of the children attended, and they said they are just devastated at the loss of these three boys. They went on to release a statement that I want to read to you. New Richmond Exempted Village School District Superintendent Tracy Miller says, quote, "Our hearts are once again broken tonight as we yet again ask the community to lift up those affected by this horrific incident." It goes on to say grief counselors will be available tomorrow morning here at the school beginning at 9 a.m. Now, it's not just the school community, but neighbors too processing today's events. And they say they are stunned that this happened on their quiet street.
I'm shocked, to be honest with you. We moved here 6 years ago, and the place is great, and you know, New Richmond's coming up, and you just hate to see anything like this anywhere.
All of a sudden I hear boom, boom, and at like 5 more, I'm like, that's 7 shots. That's shots. Like, there's no way. So I was freaking out like this before I got ready and everything, and I don't know, man. Before that, I saw 2 cars right here on this street zoom as fast as humanly possible. It was like something's going down.
I spoke to another neighbor who actually lives on Laurel Lindell Road where this shooting happened. He says this is a type of tight-knit community where everyone knows their neighbors. And so he believes he knows this family. And so he was just devastated. Again, so many people just still processing this horrific tragedy. We're live tonight in Monroe Township. Lindsay Stone, WWT News 5.
Yeah, Lindsay, oftentimes with these tragedies, we see memorials, flowers, things.
I do want to say this is, what was I going to say? Something I just was going to say and I lost it. I was going to say something. It's
It looks
gone.
like a nice neighborhood too.
Kids, huh?
I said it looks like a nice neighborhood too.
Yeah. But what that woman was saying something. I forgot what I was going to say. But it's, huh?
You'll remember it in a minute.
Yeah, it'll come back eventually. But yeah, it's so sad. It's so sad. And
So has anybody done any interviews with his family or anything?
No, I don't think they've done anything like that yet. That I don't think they've had any kind of interviews. I've looked at through and through, and I think it's maybe a little too early. Like they're kind of keeping the mom hid a little bit. Like I'm,
The mother is probably in utter despair, shock, depression. I mean, she is probably having to have some kind of mental help right now.
Yeah, and I don't even know if they've buried the babies yet. They probably have to send them off for autopsies and I don't even think that they have got to bury. Oh, this is what I was going to say. So even though the stepdaughter ran to the fire department and EMS cannot go and intervene until the police gets there, especially in a homicidal situation. Even though they know that there is need, they cannot go in there until they know it's safe to resuscitate. That's why the police was there. If you watch the video, if you go back and watch, you can see the cop that was down there trying to help the mom, which, I'd say there's not much you could do after that, but they are not allowed to go into a dangerous homicidal situation, no matter how bad it is, until the police come and detain whoever it is and deem it safe, which is sad for the little kids or whoever is a victim. But they
So
they
she
can't.
said there were 7 shots.
7 shots, yeah. So he may have
So
missed.
there's 3 for the 3 boys and maybe 1 for the wife on her hand. That's 4. So where's the other? What happened to the other 3?
I wonder if he didn't shoot at the girl. I wonder if
Either that or, and I hate to say this, but 3 more shots. So maybe he did it twice just to make sure.
he may have. He knew that girl was running to the fire department because you heard him in there saying that she ran to the fire department. So I wonder if he didn't try to shoot her too.
No.
And like if you look on that camera, one of the boys was more close to the road laying, and the other one was more close, almost like they're saying that he brought them back and put them in a lineup, but it looks like to me maybe one of them may have. Oh, Michelle said he shot at the girl.
Oh, he did?
Well, I haven't seen that part where
Because,
they say,
a bullet doesn't have, like, if you shoot at somebody and it misses them, it has to land somewhere. It has to hit something to stop it.
yeah, this was deliberate. If he had it planned, he was wanting to hurt that mommy. That is just all they are to it. He was
It
wanting
sounds
to.
like something like, if you do such and such again, this is what I'm going to do.
Right. And it's so sad. It's so sad. Hello, Kim. How are you? And I couldn't pass this up. I was like, we've got to bring attention to this so people will stay on them which they seem pretty disgusted themselves, and
Oh,
seems like the prosecuting attorney is hell bent on keeping this man in the jail, $20 million bond.
oh, he's on it. And I'll tell you what, if you look at the body language of the judge, if you notice, he's got one hand on top of the other hand and he's soothing himself. That is how you know that this actual case is upsetting the judge, because he's literally, if you've studied any kind of body language at all, you would notice that is a soothing mechanism when you're starting to pet yourself or tap yourself. That is telling yourself, calm down. It's okay. Calm down. So that tells me that this case bothers that judge emotionally, because he
Oh
was
yeah,
soothing himself up there. He was soothing. I mean, if you go back and look at it, he is rubbing his hand with his other hand almost the whole time, because it looks like to me it's upsetting him.
yeah, yeah,
That's a
I'm
strong
sure.
body language that you can always count on to see if someone's upset or if it's getting to them. And it is that right there. That's a soothing mechanism that he was doing.
Absolutely. And you can tell that some of in that body footage cam that some of them police just wanted to beat the shit out of him. Like they
I'm
were
surprised they
mad.
didn't.
I almost thought for a minute there that they was going to start shooting at him. If he would have brought that gun up in any way, he would have been they would have got him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, could you imagine coming up on something like that? I mean, listen, I've been a nurse for years and I don't want to see that. That is something I don't want to see. I have to say, salute to our law enforcement, to our EMS workers, our first responders, our fire department,
Military.
because they see things that I don't even want to see as a nurse.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I didn't like working in the ER department. But even the ER nurses don't see the stuff they see. They come up on some really horrific stuff. And
Military too. When they're deployed and they have to go in a different country, they don't have rules like we do.
really,
Anything goes. Oh yeah.
yeah, I heard about that. I heard it was pretty rough. And when they go to war. My ex-husband was an addict and was crazy. Yeah, Jennifer, like I was talking about, I don't know if you're just joining us, but I was talking about how narcissists they are. Like they'll pick on their family and their children or any kind of woman, but when it comes to a male guy, another man, they won't stand up to a man. And you can clearly see that in that video. You can clearly see that. Hang on just a second.
I think he knew that if he did any kind of restraining or struggle or fight, that he was going to get it. That's why he kept on saying, "I'm not going to hurt no one." What do you mean you ain't going to hurt no one? You just offed almost your whole family. He ain't going to hurt anyone. Really? I can't even. But yeah, he knew. I can guarantee you, those police officers, they had practiced immense restraint to come up on a scene like that, and to know that a father did that to his little boys, his children, lined them up that way. The terror that these children had to endure, and then also their sister running, knowing that her little brothers are being pretty much assassinated by their father. Those police officers showed a lot of training, a lot of restraint, and I know that some of them are going to have some kind of time
They
off.
they handled it very well because you could see the contempt in them. You could see and feel it in their
Oh yeah.
voices. And I
Just
feel like
me watching that makes my heart go faster, and it makes me feel very anxious.
yeah. How let's see, ex married again, held her hostage at gunpoint, went to prison less than 4 years, got out and never changed. No, they'll never change. They'll never change. And it's sad that some women never get out of that situation. Never. And children have to grow up and repeat, especially if they've seen that. I
Well,
think
and I
that,
think another reason why some women don't get out of that situation is because not only are they scared, but also if they don't have family or anyone to rely on, someone that they could, help them get on their feet as they start a new life. If they don't have that, you're stuck.
right. Is there more body cam footage out there? If there is, I have not seen it yet, but as I find it, I will let you all know and update you all. I would like to see another body cam footage myself. Um, but at this point, that's the only thing I could find as far as the body cam. Um, if it is, it's kind of similar probably to that. Thank you, Laura. Angela said, my dad used to get drunk and beat the crap out of my mom. Then he chased me around trying to hit me with a 2x4. Then when he tried to leave, my mom would run after him, begging him not to leave. Yeah, it's a cycle. It's so hard, you guys. I can't really judge because I was there myself. I was terrified to leave, but then it's just, it's hard to explain, and you can't really judge people because they're in such a, I don't even know what to call it. My ex mother-in-law enabled my husband. Yeah, and it sounds like this guy's mom is enabling and father's enabling him, saying he was a good guy. Yet the father got him for trying to choke him, domestic violence charge on him, which his father dropped, but still there was a charge, which let us know that this guy is probably allegedly a violent man before this happened. Back then was no
Well,
help
and
for abuse. He hung
I
out
think
with
a
the
lot of
cops.
people, a lot of women stay also because, they do love the person, and they're in the hopes that this time they're going to change. Oh, this time they're going to not do it. This time he promised me. This time that. This time this.
Yeah.
And this time never comes.
Look here, Christine. Always late lived in her car too. She said, it's always late said, it's so hard. I lived in my car for 2 weeks when I left my first husband. It took me 5 years, but I finally got the courage to go. I knew he would eventually kill me if I stayed. Good for
for you.
you.
I'm so glad that you've got the courage to
Yes.
take your life back. Because when you're in an abusive situation like that, you no longer have control over your life at all.
No. And they're monsters. No matter what you do to please them, it makes them matter. It's like everything that happened bad in their life, they take it out on you.
Yep.
Everything. It didn't matter what it was.
You could be doing nothing, and nothing bad could be happening to them. They're just in a bad mood because of whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're the punching bag.
Punching bag. Mine wanted to get with other women, and he like to killed me one night because he wanted to be with another woman. So he started a fight with me. I knew what he was doing, and he literally about killed me that night. I don't know how I survived, but it's hard because it's like they give you the attention that you want and you need from a partner, like that attention all the time that a wife needs from her husband or boyfriend, but yet they turn and become a monster at the same time.
Well,
So
and I think
it's
that
hard.
also when someone is in that kind of a situation and they've been in it for a while, it's hard to say to yourself, number one, I'm worth more than what I'm being given right now. That, your self-worth has been beat down for so long that you start to think that maybe if I would have done this, he wouldn't have hit me. Or maybe if I would have just shut my mouth, it's my fault. I should have just. So your self-worth and your self-confidence and knowing that there's a better life, that dissipates each time the person strikes you. It dissipates and you feel like you're small and there's nothing you can do about it, and almost like you deserved it.
Yeah, and you secretly hate him. Like I got to where I secretly hated him, and he would pick fights with his brothers, and his brothers would beat the crap out of him. And I would laugh secretly. I was enjoying him getting the shit bit out of him. Jennifer said, "Yes, my kids will tell you that if we stayed the night we did leave, that my ex would have unalived us." Yeah, and that's so hard, and it's so sad, and it's not nothing to judge people about, because nobody knows what it's like to be in that situation until you are in that situation. And a lot of women don't have the strength. I had the strength from God. I got my strength from God. I would pray, God, please get me out of this situation. I was young. I hadn't had children. I still had my figure at that time. I still had my looks. Thank God, that I didn't have children with him. We literally went to the courthouse and he tried to get me to marry him, and everything in me backed out of it. Thank God. But just what he did to my animals, I couldn't imagine what he would have done to my kids if I would have had kids with him.
Mm. Well, I will say this though. Also, women stay because if they do have children, they want
Right,
they
Smiles?
maybe they came from a broken home and they don't want to have a broken home for their kids. There's all kinds of things, the reasons why that people stay, but ultimately, I think it's because women, their strength, their self-worth is beat down for so long that
Oh,
they don't
yeah.
realize they have no more. They feel like this is as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah. And they live, unfortunately, their whole entire lives under this abuse, and they think they get where it's normal.
Yep.
They think that they can't do any better, and they think it's normal to be abused physically, emotionally, verbally, you name it. It gets to be a norm. And the children thinks it's normal, and they see the abuse, and then they grow up, and especially young boys, they see
Well,
it as
and
well.
also, in order for a person to leave, you almost need a support system. And if you really don't know anyone, say for instance, you get married and you move to, the other side of the country,
Mhm.
and you don't know anyone, all your friends are his friends, and you have no support system. If you don't have
Right.
a good solid support system, then it's going to be difficult to change, your situation.
And literally, they don't want you to have friends. They don't want you to be around family or anything. They
They
don't.
moved
They
you across the country on purpose.
they totally what do you call that? They totally stop you from having any communications with anyone. You're
Isolate
at
you.
the total. There you go. You are totally at the mercy of this monster.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
Snow said
that's
I
a
was
tactic. Sure,
abused.
that is in order to gain 100% control over you, because you don't have a support system. Once they move you away from your family and your friends, who are you going to have to support you if things go awry? No one. And especially if you're a young person, and you don't think it through all the way, and everything's just,
Yeah,
gumdrops and lollipops. And once you get there, it's not what was promised.
right. Snow said, I was abused most of my life, but it won't define me. I am pushed to talk about it in therapy, but other than that, I leave it in the back of my head. My personal choice will never tell my story. But you know what, Snow? You're probably dealing with PTSD, and you don't realize it. So it's good to talk about it. It's good that you go to therapy. Tennessee Gal said she wasn't allowed to have friends or be outside with them. And some women can't even look up when they're out in public. Men will literally jump onto them if they even look.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I've seen.
They'll say, "Oh, was you looking at that guy?" Somebody could have just walked
Uh-huh.
by. Your natural reaction is to just look to see who's coming. They'll
Uh-huh.
see you're with the guy.
Exactly. And
Mhm.
so, it's just completely and thoroughly sad that these women are trapped, and then they have children by these men. And and I'm not saying he was physically abusive to her, but you heard the neighbors say that he was definitely mentally abusive, like to the kids and everything.
Verbally.
Huh?
Oh, it starts verbal for sure.
Oh yeah.
And then
It
and then a little and then it gets just a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more until it goes physical.
yeah. Always Late said it's happening, and busted in our siding door, and he ran off. I still to this day have no idea how I got out of those handcuffs. The only thing I got was he was kicked out of the Navy. I am so sorry about that, you all.
And see, a lot of women who are abused do reach out for help, you know, and law enforcement can only do so much,
Yeah.
and I will tell you that the court system, sometimes they just slap them on the wrist and let them go back out, and sometimes it proves to be fatal.
Yeah, the cops were called one time when I was younger, because he had a party at our home, and they busted all the windows out of the house. They had a handgun, and the
Wow.
cops were called. And guess who got threatened to get in trouble? Me, because I was crying. Because I was crying. Yeah, and I wanted them to take him to jail, which they never did.
Yep.
Not one person was took to jail that night. And they
And
literally
that's
busted every
why
window out that
sometimes
house.
women are afraid to speak up, because you're going to get it 12 times more when all is said and done.
Jennifer said it took me a while to talk about it, but now it does me good to talk about it. Yeah, it's therapeutic to talk about it if you've been through it with other women who has been there. Know that it's been years for me, and I think that that's why I had a lot of anger for a long time, because the anger that he took out on me, I guess I kind of turned it around and did it myself. But God delivered me from that anger, and I still get angry, as y'all see, but nothing like I used to get. I used to get really mad, extremely
But
mad.
you were brave enough and you had enough courage to get out of that situation.
I was so young, and my mom and dad tried to get me to stay in that situation, and I would not. Like, he chased me around the kitchen table one night, and I begged them to call the police, and they wouldn't. They
Oh,
wanted me to literally stay with him, and there was no way in hell. I didn't have a car at the time, and I was trying to get away from him. And so Jinkies was my only like ride at that time. And Jinkies was going out and getting away, that night she was going out with her friends, and I wanted to go. And my mom was like, no, she needs to stay here with him. And I was like, the hell to the no. So I jumped on her hood. I jumped on Jinkies' hood and rode all the way down the road. And finally Jinkies stopped and let me in, laughing about it. But I was getting out of there one way or the other, and I wasn't coming back. Thank
that's
God I got away from that
really glad you had
situation.
the strength and the courage to do it. Some people don't.
I know. Well, what done it the last night for me is that he was really angry, and he got me down and stole my last $10. And I lived in an apartment, and this little old lady lived below me. So I grabbed whatever I could, and I ran downstairs. And I was really scared because he had come back. He didn't know where I was at, and you could hear him running up and down the stairways and knocking on her door. She wouldn't answer it. And she gave me, I think it was a Xanax. I don't know what it was, but it knocked me completely out. And that morning I woke up to my parents knocking on the door, and I went home with them, and I never went back. Thank God. I literally, and everything that I was afraid that he would do, like he tried to come to my work and start trouble, but I
Oh, yeah.
called the police and he left. And so everything I was afraid that he would do, he tried to do. But I knew my brother was a big boy and crazy. So after my brother got onto him that day, I knew that I could get away from him.
And so you had a good support system at that point, and that's what women need who are in a situation like that. They have to have a good, solid support system to give them the confidence and the courage to get out of that kind of situation, because a lot of times it turns out very deadly. And my last abuse was when I was right out of high school, and I got beat on a daily basis. And if I even said a word, that would be it. The last thing was how I got away was he punched me in my ear and popped my eardrum, and blood started coming out. So he got scared and he took me and dropped me off at the hospital. And then, from there, the hospital helped me. And, he didn't ever get arrested for it, but I left then
Was you
and there.
living with him, or was you just boyfriend and girlfriend, or?
Oh, no, we lived together.
Yeah, that's what happened with me. We just lived together. I met him when I was like 17, and I dated him for a whole year before I moved in with him. And he wasn't mean or anything at that time. So I don't understand why he turned about 6 months after I moved in with him.
They all been there. It's just some people can hold their real person, but once you live with someone, you can't hide those kind of tempers anymore. When you're dating someone and you go home and they go home and say he's mad about whatever, well, he can take his temper out and you wouldn't know any different. That it was just a good time. But once you move in, there's no space for that temper to hide.
Oh yeah, I remember like the first time that me and him had a confrontation, you know, it went real quick. And the first time I'd ever drove by myself was he had picked me up from work, and he was extremely intoxicated, and he was taking me up this mountain like he was driving like a maniac. And so I tried to jump out of the car. I actually did, and started running down the mountain. So he straightened up, and we finally made it across the mountain and home to where we were living. Well, my parents lived across the other mountain. And so, and I'm talking about, this is a big pine mountain. This is not just a little mountain, y'all. This is a big old mountain. And so he was laying on the couch, and he wanted me to come lay with him, and I wouldn't do it. And he said, "Well, I'll throw this cup at you." Or so, he said something, and he throwed something at me, and I picked up a cup and throwed it at him just out of reaction. And when I did, he got up and took a frying pan and like to beat me to death. Well, then he passed out on the couch. So I
They
grabbed the
always
key.
do to sleep, don't they?
Yeah, I grabbed them keys. I jumped in that car and I flew across that mountain. And this ain't, like I said, it's Pine Mountain. If anybody knows how big that mountain is, look it up on Google. It's big. And I flew across that mountain and got to my parents' house. And it was my car that I had. And I was at my parents' house. With 20 minutes, he come and stole my car and took it off, ran off with my car. And my dad let him do it.
Daisy, look up, if you would, look up Alicia Waters. She is one of my friends. She's not alive anymore. But this was in big news. This was a big case.
Pepper, you know what's a big one?
Oh yeah, her name. Anybody can look it up. Her name is Alicia Waters. She and her husband were married for about 5 years, and that spirit, that light person, that light God spirit picture that I took. It was at her wedding. She and her, I won't say who it is because I don't know if their family's listening or not. But after 5 years, I guess she figured out that he was, he had problems more than what she thought he had. And so she was getting a divorce. It's not that she found anybody else, not that, it was just she was tired of living her life in fear, constant fear. So she did, was getting ready to divorce him. Well, she had moved back home and he had moved back home. He would text her 100 to 200 times a day. So she and her mom were really afraid for her because a lot of those texts were threats. And she did not, they didn't think that, he was going to, the court system didn't think that he was going to do anything. Just, texting 100 to 200 times didn't serve enough reason to have a restraining order. So what happened? He didn't get a restraining order. And guess what he did? He met her at her job with a loaded pistol. She got out of her car, seen him from the corner of her eye, sprinted into her work for security. He chased after her. She's trying to get on the elevator. She's pushing it. It finally opens before he can get in the door. But before it shut the door, he put his foot. He stopped the elevator door from shutting, sticking his foot in there to stop it. Clipped her 4 times, one severing her neck to her spine. And after he shot her 4 times, he turned the gun on himself and killed himself. She ended up being a paraplegic for 10 years. Couldn't do a thing for herself. All because the court would not allow her to serve him at least some kind of a restraining order or something that's saying, giving him a warning. He just kept getting away with it. And each time it got worse and worse and worse. And then this is what happened. Her name's Alicia Waters. And I think it happened in, I want to say 2005, 6, 7, one of those. But it's Alicia Waters from Kentucky.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. And she went national. Her and her mom did not stop, even though she was a paraplegic. They fought the court systems to recognize threats over social media and text as, to be taken seriously, and that you can now have a restraining order against someone who is, constantly threatening you over social media or over a text. Yeah.
Exactly.
And that's the reason why today you can get a restraining order if any of those things are happening. Because before that, you couldn't.
Through that, she made a difference in other people's lives. At least she can say that. But guess where he's at right now? He's burning in the old fire downstairs.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah, and make no mistake about it.
As a paraplegic, she was beautiful, beautiful young lady. She had dated my brother for a while, and, they were young and it didn't work out, but they continued to stay friends. And my brother was just, devastated.
Wow.
It was
Hey,
sad thing. But I will say, she was so determined to not let this happen to another person that her and her mom, she would show up at judges' doors. She went all the way to the White House. She fought and fought and fought and didn't take her.
Wow.
Our whole community was so proud of her.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm proud of her, too. What are you doing, Candace?
I can't
Just sitting here listening to y'all.
What do you think was the crazy story?
I haven't heard it all because I couldn't watch earlier.
Yeah, it's a sad story, but we're talking about the domestic violence part of it,
Yeah, domestic violence ain't cool.
No.
I've been there before.
Yeah. And it's hard to get out of. Once you get in it, people think, oh, well, you can just walk away. You just can't. It's not that easy.
No.
It's not.
A lot of people can't find the strength to do that, and a lot of people are just just
Well,
weak.
they've been beaten down. Their self-confidence.
My first kid's dad was like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he beat me all the time when I was with him.
Yeah, you said some stuff. You had told us before that he had done that to you. Um,
Yeah, one time he made me run through the swamp while he shot at me with a 12 gauge shotgun.
you told me about that. You told me
Yeah, I'll
about
never
that.
forget that.
I'd say
What
so.
gave you the courage, Candace, to eventually change your life and leave?
Well, I just when I kept running, I didn't look back. I just kept on going until I got to town, and
Yeah.
then I called my my dad, and he come and got me from town, and then the next day I was like so over it, and I just jumped on the carnival, crossed the river, and I left. I never turned back.
Good for
Was you
you.
good for you? Yes. Was you scared, Candace, that
Oh,
he was
I
going
was.
to kill you?
Oh yeah, he tried to follow me to everywhere I was.
Mm-hmm.
Did
Like I
how?
had to lie to him and tell him I was in Texas, but I was really in Arkansas.
Thank God. Thank God. Let me ask you
Good
this
for
question.
you
I don't
smart
know
enough
if you
to
want
do that,
to answer
Candace.
it or not, but did he hurt your children? Is he the one that hurt your children?
Yeah, he was always beating on me and the kids.
Aw,
I
that's
And
bet you
then
he didn't try to stand up to a man, though, did he?
no, he wouldn't. He would always beat on me and the kids, and then when the police got called, because the neighbors would call the police because they heard me screaming, he would always make it look like I was the one that beat him up,
that's what they do. That's what
and
they do.
I would go to jail for it. He wouldn't.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That is messed up for the police to do that to somebody.
Yep.
You know, to not take up for a woman that's been, you know, beat up. But I had the same thing happen to me. Like I said, that guy, his family like busted all the windows out. They tore everything, all the police people or all to pieces, and because I was crying and wanted them to take him to jail, they threatened to take me to jail.
Hmm.
And it was wrong, and I lost a lot of respect for the police department after that. But then I've gained it
I
back
bet you
since.
lost a lot of courage to call the police again, now didn't you?
I didn't.
Yeah,
After that, I just
I didn't
handled
either.
myself because you just don't want to have to deal with that kind of stuff, and
You've
uh,
already was the victim once, and then if the police get there, I'm not saying all police officers do this, but that victimizes you twice.
yeah, it absolutely does. And in a county like Harlan, everybody drinks and raise hell, so they don't really, you
Like,
know,
They don't
yeah,
really pay attention to the real people that are being victimized.
no, they
that's
don't. Like I was the bad person because I called the police on them and wanted them to go to jail, but none of them went to jail. Not one of them. And every window in that trailer was busted out. And they had a handgun too.
Yeah.
So,
See,
yeah.
in the town I lived in was it was kind of small but kind of big, like. But yet everybody knew everybody, and everybody was pretty much related to everybody but us.
yeah. Yeah, a good old boy system. There's a lot
Hmm.
of that going on. A lot
Small
of good
towns
old boy
like
system.
that.
Yeah. The hard thing for me is that my parents never supported me leaving him. Like if I would have had more support from them, um, literally, like I had a really mean boss because I was young and she didn't like me. And so she would jump onto me for being 10 minutes early for work, literally 10 minutes early. And one day I was trying to get to work on time and he got mad at me and took a whole thing of hot coffee and throwed it all over me.
Oh
And
no.
yeah, I went into complete and thorough hysterics and started bawling. They're just devils. They're just mean. They don't care.
I
They're
finally got enough courage to leave, and I was homeless I lived in my car for about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Um, And then finally I've met a friend who helped me. But if you don't have a good support system, it's hard to leave because you have no money, you have nowhere to go. What are you supposed to do? I had my car, luckily.
Yeah, it took me 3 years to get up and leave from there.
Yep.
Wow.
It is hard.
Yeah, and
And
there's
if you love the person, you think, oh, you believe the baloney they feed you of, oh, you didn't cook dinner right and it made me mad and I had a long day and if you would have
Oh
just
yeah.
asked me what I wanted for dinner, I wouldn't have lost my temper with you and I'm so sorry and this will never happen again, I promise.
I've heard all that.
Yeah. And what happens? Does it ever happen again? Of course it does.
It always happens again.
Always. Always.
and sometimes you don't even have to do anything. They
No.
just
No,
get
you don't.
the world and they take it out on you. They'll find a reason.
They make
to-
something
Yeah,
up.
they do. He would get mad at his dad because we lived on his dad's property in a little camper, and he'd be up there drinking with his dad or something, and I'd be at the house cooking, and he'd get into a fight with his dad, and he'd come down and take it out on me.
Yep.
Yeah, that's always what they do. That's always what they do.
And Candace, I bet you learned to adapt, didn't you? You watched his movement. If he came in and looked in a certain way, you knew that
Yeah,
you had
you
such
stay
a
out of
gut.
his way. Stay out of his way, and don't say nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, I've learned to adapt to a lot of that.
Yep. And it steals your identity. It steals you have one life to live. And it steals that joy that you should have living life. Luckily
Yeah,
I'm my husband and my husband is my best friend and he has never put his hands to me or raised his hands to me ever. Never ever. And let me tell you what, once I got on my feet, I started taking self-defense classes. And let me tell you what, you don't want to mess with me now. I might be a nice person, but if you get in my face or if you mess with one of my kids, you're
you're
going
in
to get it.
trouble.
You are going to get it. I don't like to be that way, but I can if I want to. I made sure once I got out of that situation, no one will
What, baby?
ever be like that to me
Walk
again.
to the
Ever.
Go back in there. I'm on a live. Go back in there.
Hey, Don.
Everybody says hi, Don.
Hi.
Hello, Don.
He messed with my gyrocopter.
What? What about your gyrocopter?
He messed up my gyrocopter.
I'm sorry to hear you messed up your gyrocopter. Don't ask me.
Put that part on me.
But yeah, nobody don't know. It's easy to sit and judge somebody until they've been through it themselves. And then a lot of women in here has been through it. These abusers and stalkers have no pride. Exactly. And I think Candace, I don't know if you've heard this story or not, but he literally, annihilated these 3 boys in front of their mother. And then he sat down with a shotgun and didn't do anything else. To me, I think he done that to hurt that mother. What do you think?
He did it not only to hurt that mother. I mean, man, I can't sit here and really judge because I don't know what's going on in his mind.
Mm-hmm.
But if I was in that, and I'm not judging that woman either because I don't know her from Adam, but if it was me, I would have had them kids in my arms and I would have been like, shoot me too because you're going to kill my kids, you're going to kill me.
She tried to stop him and he shot her hand. I didn't know if you've seen that part.
Well, I heard that, but still, even though if you shot me in the hand, I'd still be trying to grab my kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
And hover over them. I'm sorry.
I would have too.
Your hand, you can heal from your hand, but you cannot heal from your child being killed or took or any of that.
Right. Right. I mean, I don't know we don't know what happened
I
that
mean,
day.
I don't know the circumstances, what was
Yeah.
going on in her mind and all that either, you know.
Yeah, her
I can't
daughter, her
judge.
right. And also, she may have been trying to protect her teenage daughter too, because her teenage daughter actually got away. Um, so I mean, I don't know. It's just very sad.
I think
Um,
he was there on the steps to look. I think he was in shock that he actually did it. And he's sitting there looking at his little babies laying there on the ground.
I couldn't watch it because it made me angry inside.
Me too. My
It
heart
made
was
me want. It
beating
made me
fast.
want to hurt that person, and I don't like hurting nobody.
right.
Me too.
You could tell those police officers definitely wanted to hurt him.
Oh
And
I wish
yeah.
they would have stepped on him just a little.
Honestly, I don't think he should have a bond. Honestly,
yeah, that's what somebody else come in here and said that they didn't think that he should have a bond. Um,
I personally think he should get the death penalty. Honestly, but I'm
I,
not a judge. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not none of that. I'm just a person.
Oh, trust me, the prosecuting attorney is going to push for the death penalty, I'm sure.
right. Oh, they're definitely. That's what they said they're going to go for is the death penalty.
And it's in Ohio, and Ohio does carry through on death penalty for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the crying in the world ain't going to take it back after you do that. I mean, it's not going to help him. I mean, and he didn't cry when he did it, but when
He
they were
was
giving him his
crying
sentence,
for himself.
he was crying for himself. Yeah.
I just want to know what the F
Mm-hmm.
you was
That's all.
thinking of doing that to your own flesh and blood.
Yeah. I mean, did you see the pictures of him taking them fishing and doing
Yeah,
all kinds?
I seen all them pictures of him doing stuff with the kids, but I mean, if you were doing that to be mean to the mother and stuff like that, why didn't you just get a divorce and leave?
Because they
Well,
just
Why kill another human being? I don't know.
especially
I don't see no justice for him. I'm sorry.
right. Well, I mean, that's just like the Chris Watts. I mean, it was a different situation. He wanted to be with another woman, but he annihilated his two daughters and the mother. This guy didn't take the mother out. He just took the babies, his flesh and blood.
Yeah.
And you don't understand it.
That was a punishment for her. I can.
Mm-hmm. And those babies look just like him.
Yeah,
They
they're
look
cute little
like-
boys.
They are, and little country boys too. They went
I
fishing.
mean, even their daughter was beautiful.
Yeah, her daughter was very beautiful. I just don't know how he knew when they arrested him. He told them that she went to the fire department. I just wonder if he didn't chase her and shoot at her too. That's
They
why
said
that woman
7
had such
shots.
points.
There were 7 shots, and you would think it would only be 3 or 4. He's got some extra shots there that he took or something.
I wonder, did he use an automatic shotgun or was it just one of them he had to put a bullet in every time?
I don't know. They've not.
It was a
I've not
rifle,
found that yet.
Because how
It
did they get
was
7
really-
shots? There's 4 kids and the wife. That's 5. Where did the other 2 come from?
Right.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think
The
of.
only other thing I can think of is maybe he did a double hit on each one just to make sure.
Well, I know that
Or maybe he did try to shoot at the little girl.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Well, they did say that they did live by the fire department. They did say that one of the little boys tried to run away and he went back and got him. So I wonder if he shot at him at that point.
Oh.
I don't know. I would have went ballistic on that. If I was that mommy, I would have been
Me too.
Hey, lucky girl, how are you?
I'd have claimed temporary insanity.
You're welcome, man.
I don't even think that she would have got time over that if she would have took him out.
Mm-mm.
I would have took my life. And you could hear in the background crying. It's just so sad. but I do hope that they get
He wasn't
justice.
brave enough to do it to himself, though. Now was he?
No, he was scared to death. Them cops were going to shoot him. I think in that video, he was worried more about himself, like his comfort. He was
I
really
feel
worried.
bad for that mother,
Mm-hmm.
but I also feel like maybe she could have done more.
Well, yeah, that's true. If she,
But like I
he,
said, I don't really know everything that was going on in her head or his head.
yeah,
Right? He could have closed her in a bathroom and locked it, or closed her, and she couldn't get out there in time. We don't know.
maybe he was verbally abusive to her and not physically. But either way, the way the neighbor talked, that he was pretty rough with them all, which
I
is
guess
sad.
I guess like I could deal with somebody being verbally abusive to me,
Hmm.
but physically that's a whole nother statement.
Yeah, compared to physical abuse,
Because
it's
like you can heal from mental and verbal abuse. You can't heal from physical abuse.
yeah. Well, sometimes you can. I mean,
I
sometimes
mean, I
you
guess
don't.
maybe you could, but I never could.
Oh, right. But I'm just saying, like, mental abuse. Sometimes you can't. Like, I think it's a combination of all of it together that causes post traumatic stress
Well, and
disorder.
I can tell when you're in a relationship, if it is a verbal abuse, that's how it always starts, verbally,
Yes.
always. And then it just
Not
slowly,
always.
all of my experiences, it starts off just, I feel like it's that way because they're feeling out the situation. How far can I go to push the situation, before she does anything?
Right. Candace, have you ever had talked to somebody about post traumatic stress from
No.
everything? Maybe that might help you. I mean,
I'm not really into talking to people about things I've been through. I guess I just keep it
you
It's
to
bottle
hard.
it up.
myself. Yeah.
It's hard.
But that's not good to do. You need support from other people that's been through what you've been through, and you need to talk about it, Candace. I mean,
Yeah,
I
but it
know,
seems like every time I talk to somebody or tell somebody something, it always ends up out there for everybody to hear.
yeah. Well,
I
we're
understand.
make no mistakes. We've all been, Candace. We've all been in the situations like that. Some worse than others. So I think we're all here to support you and everybody, because we've all been there. We know how hard it is to get out of bad
Oh,
situations, you know.
and I will tell you this, just by me,
I'll be right back, y'all. I got
everybody's
to.
different, but me talking about it, it just gets easier and easier every single time, especially like if you were molested or, SA'd. If for me, if you talk about it, it just it let me have my power back instead of it, just like huddling inside and you're pushing your emotions down. The more I talked about it, the more confident I got. And I think I got confident because I felt like I was helping other people too. Because other people were like me and I didn't know that there was, I knew that this probably happened to other people too, but to hear their stories too, it helped me for some reason. It just
I
kind
don't
of gave
know.
me my power back.
Like when I talk about stuff that has happened to me when I was a kid and stuff like that and growing up, it makes me feel like icky inside, like I deserve that for some reason. So I just rather not talk to anybody about it, you know?
Yeah. And I'll tell you though, the more that you
But
can
It
it's
makes
not.
say,
me feel disgusting.
But it's not your fault, Candace.
Well,
It's not.
I know it's not my fault, but like it just, I don't know. It makes me feel like the other person that's listening to me
Uh-huh.
is like
judging
looking at
you.
me like, oh, you're nasty. You know what I'm saying, kind of thing?
Yeah. You
Yeah, but
think you feel like they're judging you.
Right, and I don't know.
I
Oh,
understand. I get
don't
it.
make me cry tonight.
Ma,
Aw.
Candace, let me tell
Well,
you
Candace,
something.
you
It's
know we
not
love you.
nobody's
And
fault when they get abused, no matter who it is or what it is. Many people in my chat has been down that road, and I
and you
make
know that
no
you got a
mistake.
good support system right now.
Yeah,
Like Donnie knows a little bit about my childhood and stuff, but he doesn't know everything that's happened to me when I was younger.
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Sometimes
I feel
things are
like if I
different.
told him, he would just like either brush it off or act like, or I feel like he was judging me. So he doesn't know too much about it.
Aw. Well, Candace, you definitely need to talk to somebody about that, whether it's a counselor or a friend in private or whatever. You can't hold that all in. I did that before with my abuse when I was a child, and not anymore. I'm not doing it because I can't deal with it. It's mentally not healthy to hold it all in.
You know
I'm
what? When
afraid
you
if I
share,
told a counselor or told somebody everything that's happened in my whole entire life, they would probably recommend me to a mental freaking hospital.
No, they wouldn't. It's not your fault. It's absolutely not your fault, Candace, that things like that happen to you. That's not your fault.
no.
That we
But
cannot
you know,
control what other people do.
the person that's abusing you makes you feel that way.
Hmm.
And I'm
They
not saying
convince
Donnie's
you.
abusive, y'all. I'm not saying that.
No.
That's not
No,
what I was saying. Ugh.
no. But like I've told my story about me being molested when I was younger. I wouldn't have told that for nothing years ago. Christine's told her story. A lot of us have told it. I know it's hard. My grandpa physically abused me horrifically when I was younger. We can't help. We don't understand. That's one thing. As a child, you don't know why and understand. This person is literally taking all their spite out on you.
Yeah.
And then you get in the same roller coaster ride when you get in a relationship with a monster. Just like that. It's like you fall into that. Like,
It makes you feel like you're not worthy of someone loving you the proper way.
Well, see,
yeah.
when I was younger, I did tell one family member that was really close, and she told me I was a liar and that her kid would never do something like that, and I was just making shit up. So
Of course,
I just never have talked about it since.
the mother.
Yeah.
Of course, the mother's going to do that. Now, I never told my aunt what happened to me because I loved her so much that I knew it would break the family apart. So she died never knowing.
Yeah,
But I told my mom eventually when I got older. But at the, I don't know. You just know then that it would. I don't know. Kids hold it in. They
Yeah.
oh
don't.
yeah, I mean, and at that age, when you're told you're gonna be killed if you say anything, you're not gonna say nothing to nobody.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's
Or they'll say to you, if you tell somebody, they're not going to believe you. They're going to believe me because I am the adult or whatever. And so
Yeah,
the kid feels like, okay, he's right, or,
right.
and a lot of times that does turn around on them and they get treated worse. A lot of young girls get treated worse if they do stand up and tell the truth.
Yeah,
right. And
Which is
and then if that happens, then what the abuser told you that that was going to happen. And then guess what? Then that shows you that, as a child, that, this abuser is telling you the truth. And then when they say it's your fault, this is why I've done whatever, you believe it.
yeah,
but it
pretty
does
much.
make you a stronger person and a weak person at the same time. You're strong because you can survive it, and emotionally you're weak. That's what I feel like I am right now. I'm a strong survivor, but I'm emotionally weak.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll tell you what helped
That way
me
we-
when I tell my story is because I felt like if there's any young person out there in the same situation I was, I wanted to empower them to know that you can get out of the situation. It is not your fault of whatever abuse you're suffering. And I guess it just kind of gives me courage to try to help somebody else. I mean, my situation was a horrific one, but if I could turn that horrific situation into positive to help another person get out of it, of what their abuse is happening to them, I felt like I had to do it. Not for me a little bit, but for them most.
Lucky Girl said, Can, my stepdad essayed my sister and tried with me. Then he unalived my sister and brother and got away. I also hold a lot, and it's hard to this day to talk about. I am so sorry about that, Lucky Girl.
Sorry to hear that.
Wow. These guys are dangerous, y'all.
No child should be done that way.
No.
Dang.
And no adult should be done that way either.
No,
they shouldn't. And that's sad. That's very, very, very sad.
And that's the reason why my friend Alicia Waters, she fought after that happened. She fought with everything that she could have to change the law that allows you to get a restraining order when it becomes threatening over social media. If she did not do that, I don't know if we would have that law right now.
That's good that she did do that. They should do it for YouTubers now too.
Right?
They really should.
Yeah.
But nobody knows people. That's why I say always be kind, because you don't know what people's struggles is. You don't know. Yes, I'll take it down, Sarah. I'm sorry. But you don't know what people go through in their life. You don't know what kind of stress.
No, you don't.
No. And Candace, you know that we love you, and you have a very strong support system right now, and I hope you know that.
I know y'all do. I love y'all too. Y'all been good to me, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're our sister. You're our little sis.
And we feel your pain. We feel it because we've been there. We've done that. Maybe not as bad as you have been through, Candace, because I know that you have been through a lot. I can feel it. You don't even have to tell me. I can tell just by how broken you are.
It's been a rough couple weeks.
Yeah, I know it's been rough. That's definitely. And YouTube don't help. I know that.
I'm not. YouTube's like, today I've been like, you know what? I don't care what people are saying about me. I don't care if I spelled severe storms wrong on my YouTube or any of that. What do I care?
spell it all the time wrong on mine.
Make fun of me. Go ahead. I don't care. No, I can't spell worth a crap. I'd tell you. I'm first one to tell you that.
Well, a lot of times the computer auto corrects it, and you don't realize that it's been auto corrected because they don't like a certain word. Because I think that I had to put the title on this one because I was putting front yard. I was supposed to put front yard, and it put from yard, so I had to go back and fix it. So they're just keyboard warriors, is what they are when they act
That's
like
someone texted me earlier. They're making fun of you on YouTube because you didn't spell severe storms right. I said, and?
Right.
What's your point? Who cares? Are you trying to start a war or something? Who cares?
Exactly.
It's just a word that got misspelled.
Right.
They can't be grateful enough that you're sharing something. They have to sit there and analyze it.
I think a lot of people are hurt and hurt, and that's why they lash out at other people, because they want people to feel the hurt that they feel. Because I've never seen so much in my life,
Man, them people like I don't want to mention no YouTubers' names or nothing like that. But the certain ones that have always picked on me and made fun of me and all that.
Yeah.
It's okay. Y'all go ahead and do all that. It's okay with me. because them are just words that y'all are using.
Yeah, but words can be hurtful too, Candace. And it's not
They
okay.
don't. They don't. They don't hurt. Words don't hurt me as much as physical hurts me.
Yeah. I think
I
right now
could.
you
I could deal with being called names and stuff like that, but if you're gonna put your hands on me, then I'm not okay with that.
well, I think that this verbal abuse has been happening so long for you that you've become numb to it.
I think
You
Candace is very.
become numb to a lot of things like that.
Yep.
And understand that you have to protect your heart that way because of
Mhm.
strangers who don't even take the time.
Candace, I think you put your guard up a lot with a lot of things. That's just how
I
I
have
feel.
to. I've been like that since I was 7 years old.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. See, you know, you got and that's just a part of survival. That is a part of surviving.
Yep.
That is how you survive mentally, emotionally.
When you are an abused child, you learn to look, listen, and adapt.
Yep.
Look, listen, and adapt. Every time, every time. You're in a new situation, look, listen, adapt. You don't speak out. Look, listen,
No.
adapt.
There
Guess
is a
that's
lot.
why I say to myself.
That's how you survive. You look, listen, and adapt. That's it.
But Candace, you need a support system, especially going through the missing having a missing child. You have to have that support system. You cannot deal with this on your own. It's just too much. With all the attacks and everything, you know, it's just everything that you've lost, everything, you got to have a support system. I mean, I know it's hard not to trust people because believe me, I've had people that I love dearly turn on me, you know?
You know, from the right age of 7, 8 years old, seeing the things I've seen and going through the things I've gone through in my life. And I'm talking way before even Summer come up missing.
Mhm.
I've always either smoked a joint or drank a beer or something. And
Mhm.
that is my way of coping with stuff that has happened to me as a child.
Oh my goodness.
It helps numb
Yeah.
the pain.
I've never had anybody to talk to personally, one on one, that I can trust that is not going to put myself out there. Even when I was little.
Yeah.
Because when you're little and you talk to doctors and stuff like that,
Mhm.
even though they say it's confidentiality, that's bullcrap.
Sometimes it's not always that way, you're right.
It's not confidentiality because the counselors and all that, they either
Mhm.
talk to your parents about what you discussed, or they talk to law enforcement and law enforcement knows, or they talk to other people. It's never confidential.
Never, yeah.
Yep. It causes
And
you
it's
not to
sad.
trust people.
Well, I think now though that you're an adult, Candace, that maybe a therapist could help you. Maybe
It's still not confidential
that's true.
because I went and I did all my parenting classes and I went and did all my alcohol and drug classes. I did all of them.
Mhm.
And the counselor, it's supposed to be just me and her talking, and nobody else is supposed to know about what I've told her.
Mhm.
Okay, so tell me why the sheriff's department knows what I've said to her. Uh, the DCS knows what I've talked about with her. Donnie knows what I've talked to her with. That's
Wow.
not confidentiality.
No, that definitely is not confidentiality. That's actually a bit of a HIPAA violation if you ask me.
But you try to push that issue and you don't get nowhere though.
Right.
Because it always leads back to something.
Right.
Well, you have kids in state custody. We have to share this information. Oh, no, no. That's not what's in the rule book. The rule book says confidentiality. You don't share it with nobody.
Right.
Right. Right. That's
So
sad.
so now you feel like you can't trust even a therapist.
Right. So why talk to them? If it's going to all come back out, why? What's the point?
Yeah.
Wow. Did they use it against you, Candace, or
I'm
are
not
they?
going to say I'm not going to say on here.
No, 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 no. Don't say that. But that's sad. That's absolutely
So
sad.
yeah,
Well, I'll tell you
there's
what.
no confidentiality. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I didn't mean to take over y'all YouTube.
No, you're fine. Just let it
I
out.
think
That's what we're here for. You need to
Candace, I
talk
think
about
you needed it.
this. Yeah. Yeah, professional people can lose their license for disclosing private information. I think they can also do jail time. They can, and I have health care for 40 years. They can, maybe Candace, maybe you need to talk to an attorney over that. Like, you
Well,
trust it.
they say you can, but I can tell you one thing that like you don't want to freaking be involved with Tennessee and all everything they do and confidentiality, and then try to hire a lawyer out of Tennessee because you're going to get FU'd.
I totally understand that. Tennessee is definitely,
It's
uh,
like Kentucky.
right. Actually, Kentucky's not as bad, in my opinion,
Well,
as what Tennessee is when it comes to good old boy. I don't know. Harlan was pretty bad with the good old boy system,
yeah,
but
that's what I'm talking about. I just couldn't remember what town or whatever it was.
yeah, yeah. No, I agree with you, Candace. I mean, you did everything that you can, and then they're still just trying to, you know, use what they can against you that you've been through in your past, and people's past should not define who they are. I don't
Right,
think that.
your past as a kid or whatever when you're a teenager or whatever should not haunt you today.
No,
Right.
especially as a teenager.
But it does though. But it does.
And
Yeah.
that it shouldn't though. It shouldn't. I mean, what you did 5 years ago shouldn't haunt you today unless you murdered somebody. I mean,
Right?
different thing. But anything else, kids do stupid stuff. They do irresponsible stuff. You know, we do things
Man,
that.
I thought that was all about growing up. You learn from your mistakes.
That's
Right.
exactly what it
I mean,
is.
not saying I've ever murdered anybody or nothing, but
No, no, we
that's
know you.
totally different though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They shouldn't use that against you now, Candace.
I mean,
At all.
yeah, when I was in preschool and kindergarten and kids that picked on me, yeah, I bullied them back. You're right. Yeah, I did do that.
Don't take no
But
crap from
they
nobody.
they hurt me first though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
Well,
that I was trying to bully them people. It was they bullied me and pushed me down and made fun of me because I wore glasses.
Aw.
So
Candace.
what the one kid bullying another kid is not right.
No, it's not. No,
And
it's
I
not.
understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, I
But
had.
after 2 years of being bullied by the same people over and over, growing
Mhm.
up through high school and all that, eventually you get tired of it.
You do.
And I could see like the Columbine kids or whatever, I could probably like understand like where they were coming from because they were bullied their whole life.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was wrong for them to take guns and kill everybody around. Yeah, that was totally freaking wrong.
Yeah.
But I guarantee that they did not receive the help that they needed from their parents, social workers, or any of that.
Right. I do think that they need more counselors. And you know, a lot of times teachers egg it on. Teachers can be just as abusive.
Oh yes, more for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I had a lot of teachers that were very abusive to me and my brother. My brother more than me, you know. My self-worth were I had no self-worth as a child. growing up.
Right. I
And
remember when. Go ahead, Daisy. Sorry.
well, go ahead. I don't forgot what I was going to
I,
say.
re- I remember when I was in kindergarten and first grade and stuff, and our music teacher, she loved everybody in the classroom but me.
Why?
She told me I couldn't sing to carry a tune and I was worthless, and I should just be somewhere in a hole because I can't sing. Are you
Oh,
sure, right? I can't sing.
why be so mean to one
Well,
child like that?
why put me on Front Street?
Right.
Why pull me up in front of the whole class and say you're worthless because you can't sing like everybody else? Why do that? Why?
Because they're miserable old
And you know
beaches.
what, Candace? When children see a teacher bully another student that way, that shows those other students how to
That it's
behave.
okay.
Did I tell you about the Lysol story, Candace? Have you heard that one?
Which one?
The Lysol where the teacher put a student up to spraying Lysol all over us.
No, I ain't seen that one.
We had a wicked witch of the West. She had long fingernails and she was the devil. And she would send my brother to the office every day for paddling. She said he stunk, him and his friend. And she would paddle him herself. Well, she would go out and buy Lysol spray and put another student up to spraying us and then laughing about it in
See, that's
class.
bullshit.
And
Sorry.
when I that's okay. When I went to nursing school, I was in psychology class. I had to do a paper, and I mentioned her, but I never named her name. And a student that was 10 years younger than me knew exactly who she was because she had done other students that way. And that just broke our spirit. It broke my brother's spirit. Like he quit school in seventh grade. My brother has a seventh grade education because of all the abuse that he went through. Literally, because we were poor and my mom, we didn't have running water and everything. My brother would get paddles every day in school because they said he stunk instead of trying to help us. Yeah,
What young kid that played outside and ran around and got dirty and played in the mud puddles and all that stuff wasn't a smelly kid? I was a smelly kid and I did all that.
yeah. I mean, if you don't have running water, wash machines, nothing like that,
I
and
mean, you got an outdoor toilet.
yeah, I had a outhouse, and then my mom was a depression. She was a manic depressant, so she would not get out of bed a couple days out of the week, and so she didn't really. She'd wash them by hand, and coal stove would be the dryer, and they'd have big black streaks on them, and kids were mean. They were
I, wa-
mean.
I was the oldest out of 3 girls. And I tell you what, it didn't matter if I was in my room doing my homework and one of the other 2 young girls got in trouble. It was always my fault, according to my dad.
Why, Candace?
And
Did
I
you?
don't know why. I don't know. I wouldn't even be in the same room or be in the same area as them. I could be down at my uncle's 2 miles down the road. And if my sister said that I did it, it was my fault.
Wow.
That is not good. Candace, I think you look a lot like your father. I really do feel like you look like him. Do you think
Ugh.
do you think that that maybe he saw himself in you and that's why he was mean to you, maybe?
I don't know, but my dad always acted like he was a goody two shoes.
Yeah. They usually act like that when they're not the nicest people. I'm sorry that
I don't
happened.
know. I'm sorry that he's gone and passed away, but he had a lot of stuff wrong with him,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and now he's not feeling it, and he's in heaven. So
Yeah. Well, still, what he did to you was not right. I mean, he shouldn't have made difference between you girls and made you feel alone. And
he's always told me, even though I really don't want to get on that subject about that because I've been told so many
yeah,
different stories.
yeah, it's
But
okay.
like, I never understood like why I was always the outcast of the whole family. no matter what it was.
Aw. I'm sorry about that, Candace.
Oh, that's not your fault.
You're not the outcast in our family, though.
That's right.
You're part of our farm family. But I
I
know how you
appreciate you,
feel.
though.
It's a feeling of just being so, feel like you're hated by everyone. Do you feel like that sometimes? Like
Oh,
you're
I
just,
feel like that all the time.
yeah. And even as a kid and you don't understand why you're not liked. Like I had a best friend for a long time. And when she started becoming a teenager, because she had a little bit of money and I didn't, like the girls talked her into not being friends with me because of my clothes and everything. And that ripped my heart completely out of my chest because we had bonded as a child, but when they become teenagers, it's a
Then it
different.
changes.
Yeah. And I felt like, why don't people love me? It's not my fault that, like, it's not our faults.
Well,
We have,
and
Well,
go ahead, Candace.
this guy's done got old and passed away and died. He was the
hmm
principal of my school when I was in kindergarten and first grade and all that. And
hmm
I'm not gonna deny it. Yeah, I did hurt the principal of the school, but the principal of the school, like the kids would make fun of me and pick on me, and I would do something about it to defend myself. And then the principal would make fun of me in front of the class.
Wow.
Wow.
So, like, in my defense, if you're gonna hurt me like that when I'm a kid, thinking like that when I was a kid, I was in a different mindset. And when my favorite, most best friend in the whole wide world passed away, and they all made fun of me. Yeah, I hurt the principal, and they did have to take me out of there in a squad car and cops. I'm not denying that, but they don't know, they don't realize what the principal did to me
Yeah.
and to why it brought that to me. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
The
not.
Well,
principal
not only
called me
that,
four eyes, a fat little girl, and all kinds of crap.
Oh no,
but
Candace.
see, Candace, you were a child then, and as a child, you don't know how to. No
Wow.
child knows how to, control their emotions, but adults do. And that's shame on him for being the principal and not knowing how to handle that differently. That is not your fault.
Did you go back and tell your mom how he was talking to you?
Oh yeah, yeah, because they called her right away when I
What
did
did
it.
what did she say to him for picking on you?
Oh, she was all over him.
Oh, I
I don't
bet.
blame
But see, the thing is, they didn't they didn't take my mom and them to jail. They took me to jail, and I was only like 7, 8 years old.
Oh, you was just a baby.
They put me in juvie for what I did. They didn't do nothing to my parents or any of that, even though my parents did jump all over the principal and do what they did.
Wow. I mean, you was just a baby. Could they not have got you counselors or something like that?
They tried to do all that, but at the same time, what's up, girl?
Guess they're checking out.
I guess so.
We ain't got no neighbor.
Cool.
Mhm.
Awesome. The chick that runs the motel, she's pretty cool.
Oh.
Oh,
Hey, what happened to your best friend?
My best friend?
Yeah, the one that you lost.
I don't know whatever happened to her.
She just move away or something?
Like, okay, we were like really good. We went to kindergarten. We went to all our classes together. Went to school together. And when I started going out with my first kid's dad, and we stopped hanging out because her old man was older than she was, and my old man was older than I was. They controlling, you can't see your friends no more, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of grew apart, and like we touched back maybe one time since then, and then ever since then we kind of like grew apart. I have not been able to find her mother, her brother, none of her family. I don't know what happened to any of them.
You
I
know
think
that.
about her all the time.
Oh yeah, you never forget them when you have friends and stuff in school. I had one principal kind of like that, Candace. A girl came down and grabbed me by the hair, and we got into an argument, and he ended up paddling me and doing nothing to her, and she was the one who hurt me, and she come out bragging about it and stuff, and I always resented him. And then, like, I found out like a few years back that he was killed in a car wreck, but he was just a very bad person, kind of like that principal you had. He went with the rich. It was always about the rich kids, always about the
It's
kids.
always about the rich kids, always.
I would always be put back in the back of the thing, and all the doctors' kids and all the lawyers' kids would be put in the front, and they would be patted on and babied and pampered, and the rest of us
Yeah.
little poor kids were nothing in their book. You know.
It's like the poor kids always get hurt and abused and all that, and all the rich kids are like, I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, yeah, and like I never got angry. I always just got hurt. I, I
Right?
I never got angry about it. Like one day I got off the bus and
Hey,
this boy.
Daisy and Candace, I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
Kristen.
hon.
I'll be right back.
I got off the school bus and this boy kicked me so hard in the back that it took my breath. And the next day we went to the principal's office over it, and guess who he took up for? That same principal took up for that boy. Well, we lost Can Can. So yeah, I know exactly where she's coming from. No doubt about it, y'all. Lord, we've opened up on here tonight, y'all. We've got a little emotional. These cases make you emotional. But a lot of y'all I'm seeing in chat has similar stories. I think we need to play the Golden Girl theme song. Thank you for being a friend. I know, Jennifer, because I feel like we've all been through this a little bit. Can.
I got cut off somehow.
I don't know what happened. Maybe it's just service or something.
Well, I noticed my phone battery was dying, so that might have been a reason.
Oh, it could be. It could be. But yeah, I mean, school has a bad effect on you. I mean, it could make you and break you. Like, I don't believe that children should be going to school to be abused, and they get abused.
That's supposed to be the safe place.
It's supposed to be the safe place, exactly, when you're having trouble at home. Already you're struggling at home.
I mean, especially when you're like a kindergartner or first grader, that's supposed to be the safe place, away from drama.
You were just a baby, Candace. Just a baby. Oh, I wished I'd have been there. I would have told that teacher off for you. Because I feel you, because I've been through it myself, and it's hard to, you know.
Well, see, like, I don't know. I guess I was a mean kid growing up. That's what I was always told.
You wasn't a mean kid. You were a very confused child, a very lonely child, and you had nobody to turn to, literally.
I really didn't.
And when you do, when I got to be a teenager, I cussed my teacher out and walked out too, because he was being so mean. I told him to kiss my ass and walked out of this class. I
I
did.
did more than that. I like physically harmed him, and I'm sorry that I did now.
Well,
But when you're growing up and you're being abused like that in school and out of school, at some point there's a breaking point.
Right. Right. And it's mentally straining on a child. It's literally mentally straining. But Candace, you was a baby. They should have never sent you off. They should have had somebody sit you down and talk to you and find out what was going on, what was causing you to be stressed out, why was you acting out. I mean, well, of course the teachers was causing you to do it, the principal.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, you got 4 or 5 kids in a classroom of 12, 13 kids, and you're the only one being picked on because you wear glasses and you're kind of chubby.
that's wrong.
I
That is
mean, like, what are you gonna do? I mean, what can you do? And
that principal.
you go home and you tell your family, and they don't do nothing about it.
Yeah, they
So I
kind of.
mean, what does a kid do? I mean,
There's no other way. Some kids act different. I mean, act out differently. Everybody handles things in different situations. And you know, you was a baby, and that principal should have been reprimanded for verbally abusing you because that's verbal abuse.
yeah. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to get off here because my phone's dying. And I don't have no charger in my phone. Donnie's telling me to go outside. So,
Well, Candace, thank you for coming up here and sharing your story with us. We love you,
well,
and you know where you're
love
safe.
y'all. Y'all have a good night.
You too, Can. Love you.
All right, bye.
Good night. Bye bye. We love Candace, y'all. And we could probably go on all night long about this stuff, y'all. I mean, there's so many stories. I see a lot of them in the chat. A lot of all my abuse happened in second grade. I think that was about the age Candace was in. She said she was 7 when the abuse stopped. She was a baby. She was just a baby. You know, nobody knows what a person goes through. Only God knows what we walk through in life. Only God knows, you know? So it's easy to judge people, but, only God knows what people go through. And, you know, it's sad. It's sad. I've kind of been down the road a little bit with what Can went through. I'm sure Can went through a lot worse than I have, but I can feel her emotions because of I was bullied in school by teachers, principals, and kids. So I know. And then coming home to fighting all the time, your dad getting drunk and shooting the house up, and you have to literally go up into the mountains to get away from it. And that's what I did. I stayed in the mountains as a child and made my little home in the mountains. So I know exactly how it feels. Me and my oldest brother both went through the worst. Now Jinkies was the baby, so she didn't go through as bad as stuff as what me and my older brother or my brother went through. But when I hear Can talking about that, it just breaks my heart because I know I feel her. I feel her pain because I know exactly how she feels. And only God can heal us like that. He can only be the one to heal that heart, take that away, and take the bitterness and anger away. He, I had a lot of anger for a long time. I still have some. I fly off the stack and then I cool down and I'm okay. Y'all know that. Y'all that ride or dies that's been with me knows how I fly off the stack. But nothing like it used to be. Nothing like it used to be. It still happens to this day. Yeah, it does. I think we all can relate in this chat tonight. It's beautiful. Thank you, Rhonda Rodriguez. I literally want to cry right now. I don't mean to get emotional with y'all, but I really do. He has leaned on me. He really has. He's still working on me. I got to stop cussing. That's my biggest downfall is cussing. When I get mad, words fly out of my mouth. But I used to not be as I used to be worse. What happened to Candace? I missed it. I went um you can rewind. Candace's phone was going dead. But from time to time Candace will come up here and talk to us about things. And I think it's actually therapeutic for her to talk about it. And like she said, these last 2 weeks, especially with Summer's day and everything, like she was a hot mess on June 15th. She was not in a good place on June 15th. A lot of counseling. I'm finally feeling about myself. Yeah. Yeah. Once you be through that trauma, lean on me. It's never the same. The counseling, but only God can take that away. This live has my emotions all over the place. I know, you guys. It really has. We've got down deep into the domestic violence situation. These little boys, what happened to them, just everything. We all cursed every once in a while. I know, but when you get on a live doing it, that's a whole different ball game. Because then you got people watching you show yourself. I sent you an email the other day about my friend. Okay, I don't usually check my emails, but I will check it, Jennifer. I get so caught up with life, y'all. Me too. From time to time, Candace will come up here and talk about stuff. And that's on her own will. I don't try to force her to do anything. That's just, she feels the way we feel, and she wants people to know that, what she's been through in her story. She has a story to tell. She does. Here's my question: aside from my parents, who put up with the who put up with none of my nonsense? Why didn't the school tell me to knock it off being horrible? Not one teacher pulled me out and told me to stop being mean. Was you mean, Che? Was you a mean kid? What hurt most was seeing how many people that would have helped me but being watched to terrify that if I said something I would be taken from there, put back into the basement cage and chained. Oh my God, Angel. I am so sorry about that. Some of you all have had horrific stories. I got kicked my bully in the I kicked my bully in the git and knocked the wind out of him after him chasing my brother and I. My parents took me to the boy's house to tell his parents. The boy was so embarrassed. Well, there you go, Starry. Hey, Wildfire, how are you? She ran call Wildfire. Hi, Enchantment. I was very blessed, I guess. Lived basic in a coal mining town. I grew up in a coal mining town too, Harlan, Kentucky. Actually, my husband was a coal miner. He's a retired coal miner now. Nobody was better than anyone else. Every dad worked the mines, black, white, everyone was the same. I wished I could say, hey, Ken, you haven't put a link up? You want to come back up? I wished I could say that same thing about Low Town of Harlan, but unfortunately, the school I went to was not a very nice school. I went to school with a lot of rich kids, and you definitely could tell a difference in that school. Um, I remember this teacher being so mean to me, and she was just a devil. Hey, Ken, are you
Hey.
back?
Yeah, Donnie being an ass tonight, so I had to get my charger and hopefully it stays plugged into my car.
Oh, is it storming where you're at?
No, it's like 80 degrees out here and everybody's walking around.
It's been storming here all day.
It's 80 degrees and people are walking.
Are you there, Ken Ken?
Me?
Yeah, a little bit. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we hear you now.
Yeah, we got. It's pretty bad here, man. I feel bad for a lot of these families with kids around here.
Really? What's
If
wrong? What are they
well,
doing?
if they don't have money to pay their rent the next day, they kick them out, whether they have kids or not.
So where do they go?
They just sit in the parking lot all night with their children.
Are you serious? That's so sad.
Like last night, there was a little boy, and he was only maybe 3 years old at the most. And they've been sitting out here for 2.5 nights, just sitting out here on the park bench. And I took some food out there and some juices out there for them and a blanket for them all.
That's so sad. Do they not have a car?
They don't have nobody. They're not even from this country, but that's not the point. The point is
Yeah.
they got babies that are out here in diapers and
Oh my goodness.
everything else. And if you don't got the money to pay your rent, you're out.
They put them out.
They put you out. It don't matter time of day, time of night. It doesn't matter.
Lucky Girl said, "Is there a homeless shelter anywhere near that they can go to?"
There's a couple, but they're in Fayetteville. But I don't know what kind of because they're not from here. So you got Mexican, you got Japanese, and you got Spanish, and you got another kind, and you can't understand what they're saying
Oh, so
because a
they
lot of
just.
them don't speak English.
So where does the baby sleep at night? On the benches or?
On the bench out here at the gazebo or in their mom's arms over here on the sidewalk.
That's so sad, Can Can.
Yeah, I gave a little boy last night that was out here. I gave him a balloon and I gave him a cherry cheese Danish that I had and some juices I had in the fridge. Just so I
Oh,
know that little boy had something to eat that night.
yeah. Jillian said, "Is there a shelter anywhere?"
They are, but they're like all the way in Fayetteville and it's like 30 minutes down the road and they don't have no vehicle to get there.
They have no way to getting around.
And you
That's
can't really communicate with them because it's hard to say, hey, do you need a ride to a shelter or something like that? Because
yeah.
see, here in this town, they don't have no homeless shelter,
Bye, JJ.
but the next
That's
town over does.
yeah. So they're kind of stuck there. So
Yeah,
will the hotel run them off? Do you know if the
they
hotel will run
don't.
them off?
They don't. You know, I've noticed they don't run them off from the property,
That's good.
but they do run them out of the motel room.
Oh, that's so sad. So I wonder what they're going to do.
I don't know, but I feel
How,
really bad. Like there's a couple right now over at the gazebo, and they got a baby, and I know this baby's only like maybe 8 months old.
uh-huh.
And they got another little guy that, well, he's probably about 3.
Hmm.
But see, at night, I'll stay up at night and I'll sit and I'll watch the parking lot
Hmm.
because I know there's a lot of folks out here that don't have anything,
That's
and
so
we don't have a lot either.
yeah.
But even though even the cash apps that people have sent me, I've
Uh-huh.
actually went and bought stuff for these kids because they
Oh,
need it more than I need it.
oh, that's so sad, Candace. Thank you for doing that. That's sweet of you to do that, Candace.
I mean, I feel bad for them. I really do. I feel like
Hey, Autumn Breeze. I know. Is there a lot of them? Is it?
there's about 3 families out here that are stuck like that.
Are they Hispanic families?
I don't know if they're Hispanic or Japanese. I don't know. I can't talk like they can.
Oh, I wish I was closer. I would sure
And
help them.
I wish I could talk their language because then I'd be like, "Can I help you? Do you need a ride to somewhere to get help or
Yeah.
something like that?" But I don't. I can't speak their language.
Right. Well,
There's a family over at the gazebo right now. He's got 8-month-old baby still in diapers, a 2-year-old, and a 4-year-old. No place to lay their heads except for on that gazebo bench.
wow. Do they have pillows or blankets or
They
anything?
don't have nothing. They don't have anything.
Oh my gosh, that's so sad. That's horrible. I used to have a van. I was going to give it away because you can take vans and turn them
Okay,
into houses.
you know what? If it was my house and I owned the motel, I'd probably be like, y'all stay, but your husband's gotta find a job or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is
Instead of
he
just
not?
going out on the streets. I mean, I can't. I
Yeah.
want to let the kids sleep in my room, but
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know how parents are. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, you got to be careful because you don't know. That's the
I
sad
mean,
part of it is you want to help people, but you don't know the
right.
kind of people that they are, and
So if they're gonna rob you or anything like that,
right.
and
So,
it's man, and I mean, I get it. It's hard.
hmm I've noticed that the homelessness in the last few years has so increased. Like, so many people are homeless. Like, look at San
Morning, Dora.
Francisco and California. The homeless is overtaken in these big cities. Like, it's sad.
Shane,
It's
what are you doing? Come on.
Where's
Where's
the
Shane,
hotel
Shane?
manager
The
know how
hotel kitty.
to look outside to see if they can help? But
They won't.
mm, they probably had to deal with it a lot. I'd say here at the hotel, they probably had a lot of
Probably.
things. Well, and another thing is, I mean, even if they had blankets and stuff, they could make like a little tent on the gazebo and have put the kids to sleep. Even a tent
We're,
would be better. Hey,
see,
Sally.
they got enough area around here. Like you could put up a tent, like in front of my car. You could pop up like a tent for stay at in night time. So the kids have somewhere to lay down.
Yeah,
I mean, the kids right now they're staying in there like we can't do nothing because the street's right there.
yeah.
I mean, what are they to do?
How is the mommy handling it? Is she like okay with it, or is she?
Now you could tell that she's worried about the next meal for the kids or the next time they're gonna get rest because what it's 10 o'clock at night. These children should be in bed sleeping somewhere.
Good night, Chaya. That's right, and they're up running around.
Well, they don't have a choice.
Yeah, that's so sad, Candace. I wish I was closer. I would bring them a load of blankets and pillows, and
I
I'd
wish
go.
I had a like a few $100s because I'd go to Walmart and buy them stuff that they needed.
Definitely, definitely.
But I don't have that money with Donnie just getting back to work because of his back and having to go all the way out to Tennessee and all that. We're barely
Yeah,
affording what we can afford.
yeah. It makes it rough, and there's probably so many families that do that too. That
There's 3 Pacific families that I know of that get kicked out all the time. Like, and it's like I don't even think they can afford like food or anything because I gave that one boy last night a cherry cheese Danish and a juice, one of
Mhm.
those kid juices, and
Mhm.
he could speak English. The little boy did. He said, "Oh, thank you, me so hungry."
Oh,
And it
can.
was like 12 o'clock last night when I did that.
Oh,
And
Sandra said,
the parents said thank you, but they couldn't speak any other kind of English than but that.
Miss Daisy, I've got to ask Candace a question. Okay,
Hmm.
Shirley, what is it? Sandra
What's
wants to
up?
know, could law enforcement help? I think that it's too so big that law enforcement don't do
It's
that.
way too big for law enforcement
Hmm.
to handle.
Yeah.
They don't. These people are brought here and dropped off by city buses and state buses and Greyhounds, and they can maybe afford the room for the night, but then after that, they can't afford crap.
So they come here for a
They come
better life.
here to get a better life.
Yeah. Is their husbands not working, or are they just getting off their
Well,
feet?
some of them don't understand enough English or enough words or spelling or even I don't even think some of the parents had enough schooling to even be able to hold down a job,
Oh
let
no,
alone talk to somebody.
that's sad. That is so
So
sad.
it's extremely bad here. It really is.
Um, Shirley wants to know that picture you held up of Summer the other day on Jinky's Live. Was that an advanced photo, or was that a regular photo of Summer?
No, that was a regular photo I've had. She was 4 years old in that photo.
Wow, she looked a little older in that one, didn't she? I thought she.
Yeah, because the way it was took and the way she was standing,
Uh-huh.
it made her look older and more responsible. But
Yeah.
that's an old picture.
Okay. Okay. I just so feel bad for those people on the streets like that, especially little kids. I feel so sad. We have homeless shelters, but most won't go there either. They do go for free lunches that is offered.
Well, they
Hey,
don't
Lane.
really go to the homeless shelters because they split them up. They split the families up. The mothers and daughters go together, and the fathers and sons go together. And
Really?
yeah, you can't. It can't be like a family orientated thing. That way, that's all I know. See, we
This.
got one that little 2-year-old just took off across the front of my car, took off, and
Oh
his
my
his
gosh.
dad's out yelling for him and he's carrying that 8-month-old baby,
Oh, that's so awful.
so he's out looking for him right now. It's just shit like that.
Wow, that's just not. That's awful. And
And
they.
no, I'm not gonna record or show anybody this because it's just
No,
no,
no, no, no. It's
not
sad.
doing that. That's
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
gonna put somebody else's face out there like that. Not doing that.
no, no.
But
They're
a lot
unfair.
of shit like that goes on around here.
Yeah, they need more shelters. The price of living is so high that people can't afford to live anymore. Like they literally cannot afford to live.
I wish I was had some money where I had a decent place and I had my children back and where I could help people. If I had enough property out here, I would let them stay in a tent or put up a tiny home.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, maybe y'all will be able to get you a place there in Arkansas or somewhere. If you decide to, I don't. I mean, if
Oh,
eventually, I don't believe these people are here for a better life. They probably got bussed from Texas border. Yeah, probably some
yeah, I
people.
believe that too. I'm sure some of them did.
Yeah. Who are you, Kanja? Candace and Miss Daisy, do you really need to change my name back for recognition? Who are you?
What are you talking about?
Kanja. Kanji. I don't know who that
I don't
is.
know who that is either.
I'm thinking it might be Ronald. I'm not for sure. Hi, I'm a big
Well,
mama bear. How are you? It's so sad though to think about all the homeless people. There's a YouTube channel of King. It's called Kingstonson, and
huh.
there's homeless people everywhere. And that person just walks around showing all the people that lives on the street. And with all of our money that we have that we pay in taxes, nobody should be homeless in United States of America. I'm sorry, but
You know, I
nobody.
could go all the way from Springdale. Well, probably all the way from Rogers to Springdale to Bella Vista to Fayetteville. It's like it's like the Tri-City, Tennessee area where you got Rogersville and all that.
Uh-huh.
That's kind of how this area is.
Oh,
But
okay.
I guarantee you, this area has 30 times more homeless people and children living on the streets than you will find in Tennessee.
Wow. So do they just let them kids live on the streets without having a home? I thought they
They
were.
DCS does not do nothing. Look, I went down to work with Donnie probably about a couple weeks ago. We were got to go get up on the interstate, and there was a family sitting on the on ramp begging for money, and they
Mhm.
had 3 kids sitting right there on the on ramp,
Wow. Just trying to get
just
food
trying to get
money.
enough money to get food money and a place to sleep at night.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
And the police and the cops and DCS and so don't do nothing with them. They leave their kids with their family. They don't take the kids from their family.
and I mean they should help them get homes, not take their kids, cuz that's hurtful. Even though they don't have a place to live, kids don't want to be separated from their parents. You know
But
what I
see,
mean?
that's what I don't understand about Tennessee.
I know. I don't understand about Tennessee, to be
Like
honest.
you can have a home and a place to feed your kids and food and electric and a place to go to the bathroom, and your children get taken from you because you smoke a little bit of weed or drink a little bit of alcohol. But you
Uh,
come to Arkansas and families that don't do nothing like that but are homeless and can't find a place to sleep at night or feed their children are still with their parents.
wow. Wow, because I didn't think that they were allowed to be homeless on the streets with kids, but I don't know. I don't know. Our country has changed. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm
It's
not going to name no names or nothing like this,
mhm.
'cause I don't want to put them people out there, but did you know that Chattanooga Police Department did not know nothing about Summer missing?
Really?
Really, and that's Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Wow. How did they not know?
I don't know, I had a really close friend of mine drive through there, and she got pulled over, and when they were going through her car or whatever, they found flyers of Summer, and the police department did not know nothing about it, neither did the jurisdiction, and they literally took flyers and put them in the back window of their cop cars
Of Summer?
of Summer, but they knew nothing about her case.
Wow. Wow,
Yeah,
that tells you a lot. That tells
and that's
you,
Chattanooga, Tennessee, same motherfucking state.
yeah. Wow, if it wasn't for the billboards in Nashville, I would think, well, there's some people in Kingsport that don't know, Candace. There's
That's
some
what
people.
how do you not know?
I don't know, Candace. That I don't know. And why is people taking down the flyers? Why are they
Huh?
taking? Huh?
You know what? I was wondering the same thing with me. A couple of my friends were putting them up. Why are people taking them down?
Right. That's weird. That is weird, Candace. That is weird.
That's like when everybody said that I never put flyers up. Well, it was me, my mom, the 3 boys, and 2 girls that had children from Georgia that come and help us put flyers all around Kingsport. And 2 days later, they were all tore down.
Wow. That really makes you think, why would somebody want that down? Why would somebody want her flyers down? I
You
thought
know what
about
even
getting
bothers me even prior to that?
what?
Can someone please tell me why, when you walk into the courthouse of Hawkins County, or the jailhouse of Hawkins County, you have these missing children.
Can. Are you there?
Can you not hear me?
You went out for a minute. I can hear you now.
Hello.
Are you there? Can.
Hello.
Can.
What the crap?
You're there now. I can hear you now.
What?
But what was you saying about the courthouse?
Why, like, you go into a courthouse or into a jailhouse and you see all these missing people's pictures and stuff like that are missing from all over the place, right?
Yeah.
Why is Summer's face not up there?
I don't know. I do not know that, Candace. I don't
See,
know.
them are just stuff that irritates me like that.
I know. I thought about putting a big, like doing like Dolly did and getting a
What
big,
the crap is going on with my phone?
a big banner with Summer's
Are you
face on it.
there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh. What the hell is going on?
I don't know, Can.
What
But
the crap?
I thought about getting a banner and putting it on I-81 of Summer, like the one Dolly got, because I feel like the interstate needs to see that. But I'm afraid
Right.
somebody will tear it down. You know what I'm saying?
They probably will, and I don't understand why.
I don't either. I do not understand either. Maybe a person could put a trail cam up and see who's doing it, but they'd probably
Yeah,
steal the
maybe.
trail cam too.
That's alright. I busted a couple people on my property that are fixing to get the warpath for me.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not naming no names right now.
No, but people don't need to be over on your property. Do they not know there's cameras everywhere? And
Well,
that
I'm
they're
fixing
going to
to
get.
tell. I'm fixing it because I know what everybody listens to your show, Daisy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fixing to let YouTubers know right now. There is about 5 different cameras on the property. If you step up on the property without permission, I will know about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's a gate too. You have to go through that gate.
There's a gate at the bottom of the property, and there's only 3 people allowed on that property.
There you go.
And if it's not the person that's allowed on the property, we're gonna start pressing charges.
There you go. Amen. Amen.
So
I don't know, Candace.
these 4 people that were busted on the camera and on the property, they will be hearing from the lawyer because I knew who they are.
That's good. That is good. I don't blame you, Candace. They had no business stepping on your property and going up there and messing around. Thank you, KJ. Thank you, Miss Daisy and Can. It's me, Mr. J. Quinn. YouTube won't let me change until 10 days, but Can did never take summer flowers down, and but they don't have her pickup. Can you repeat that again, Mr. J. Quinn?
Oh, what? I'm
'Cause I don't
confused now.
understand it. I am too. But thank you for that super chat. Can you repeat that? But
I'm gonna have to read it now myself.
Can did never take summer flowers down, and but they don't have her pickup. I don't understand that.
I don't understand that either.
Being rude because he's a supporter of us. So.
Oh no, he's cool. I'm not being
think
rude.
he's
I'm
trying to
just
say something. No, I mean, no, I know you're not. I don't think he's. I think he's trying to tell us something, but it sounds like.
right. We're not comprehending it.
Well, yeah. Can you say that again? I don't blame them. I don't want no one on my property. I don't want nobody on my damn property either. Especially not no YouTubers or anything like that. Of course, I had a feeling that somebody was going to go up there messing around.
Wait a minute. YouTube. Okay, I don't care about his name being changed. Can did never take Summer's flowers down, and that, but they don't have her picture up.
He said, I meant to say I would never take Summers down, and that's BS. They don't have her picture up. Are you talking about um are you talking about like the flyers, them taking the
What?
flyers down, Mr. J. Quinn?
Well, you kicked me out. You said I was being too loud.
Nobody on my property. Yeah, I mean, Candace has lots of cameras up there, so she knows everybody coming in and out of that place. So a lot of people will. Okay, that's what he meant. That about the people taking the pictures down of Summer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it is bullshit.
Mr. Ronald, you better be good tonight if you come in here, Mr. Ronald.
Oh no.
He loves my chat. He
Where's
can't.
Jinkies tonight?
I know he's trying to stir the pot. Listen, me and Jinky still ain't on speaking terms at this present
Look,
moment.
we don't know where Jinkies is. She minding her own business.
There you go. The MCLX said the sheriff's office not having her pics up. Maybe, yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. The sheriff's
Yeah.
department not having it up.
It doesn't
But
matter. They just have it up. Period.
yeah, and I'm where I live at. I don't have. There's none here either. So I'm thinking about going up there and getting me some flyers and putting them up where I live at too. Um, Now I know on the back road there at Bull's Gap, right before you get to Yoder's, there was a billboard, but I don't think it's there anymore. There needs
No,
to
I
be.
don't think there's no. I don't think there is any more billboards put up.
Now there is in Nashville. I think Ryan Upchurch actually put that one
Is
up.
it still there?
The
I
last
haven't been through there in a while, so I wouldn't know.
I went there last year and it was up. I'm not for sure about now, but I went there last year and it was still up. They
I
said,
know when I come through there to come to Arkansas, there was no billboards of Summer at all.
really? There, I know. I hate that. I hate that they're so expensive that you know. Um, Mr. J. Quinn said, "Sorry, Miss Daisy, I'm trying to learn iPhone still, and YouTube won't let me change my name back until 10 days. I just wanted to use my Japanese name for a bit. That's okay.
That's cool. That's cool.
How come they don't advertise missing children anymore? They used to be on milks. I know they did used to be on them.
Yeah, I remember that in school.
Yeah. Can y'all send me some flyers? I'm right off 122 and 78 here in Alabama. If I get some, Jennifer, I'll holler at you. I'll have to go to Kingsport to get them, right, Candace? Is that where they have them at?
You know, they're not free no more like they used to be.
Really?
Yeah, you actually have to buy them now.
I'll buy them though. I will to get them. You
I'm
know.
actually got some stuff set up for this Thursday.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna like say it wrote in stone kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody's like, oh, that one picture I showed of her looking a little bit older and stuff
Mm-hmm.
when she was 4.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that picture and I'm gonna go get some stuff made up, but it's not wrote in stone yet. I have to make sure I have $100 to be able to do that. And
Uh-huh.
right now, Donnie just starting back to work. We're like kind of like enough to pay our rent right now is like $270. So I don't have it right now. So I'm hoping I'll have it by Friday. But when
Yeah.
I do, I'm gonna send flyers to everybody that I can send flyers to.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Hawkins County Police Station doesn't have Summer's photo up with others who are missing. I know, I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
You know where I'm going to put one up? Yeah, Bucky's is getting ready to open up. That would be a place to put a flyer of Summer up at Bucky's. That
Crystal
would
said there's no flyers in Cock County either.
no flyers in Cock County.
Innocent until proven guilty. Yes, I do have a cash out.
You want to put it out there? You want to tell her what it is?
You can if you want to, Miss Daisy.
Okay. Let's see. There we go.
And I had these balloons that somebody sent me, and there were 7 of them, and they
Uh-huh.
were purple heart balloons. And I wanted to release them and make a video for summer. But when I went to release them, the police said I could not release them because it was against the law to release balloons into the atmosphere because it would pollute different kind of bodies of water and get
Mhm.
stuck in power lines and stuff like that. So I could not do that.
Is that right? I put Candace Bly money, but it's not. It's just Candace
No,
Bly.
it's $ Candace Bly.
Okay, that's what I thought there. I meant no
Yeah, there
fly
you go.
in Cobb County. Um, yeah. Let's see. Every state got a grant in May. They got different amounts, but they have huge ones and supposed to go to homeless. We'll see. But the thing is the homeless people is not legal. So I don't know if they could get help. You see what I'm saying? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't know about all that either.
Yeah. So I don't know if they can get state help or not. Where they're not legal, and I hate that. I hate that they have to suffer that because they want to come here and have a better life.
See,
I hate,
I filed for food stamps today.
did you? Well, I hope you get them, Can
I
Can.
don't have a choice because like Donnie's back's pretty much F,
Uh huh.
and he can't do everything that he used to do. So
Oh,
like I'm praying that we're able to get food stamps. And like if I do get my food stamps, I will probably most likely be helping a lot of these younger little boys and girls that are like 5 and under that don't have no place and no food because they can't get help.
so awful. Do they not have a community that will come and help them, or churches?
No, I mean, Fayetteville's full of churches that you can go feed the homeless, but
Mm-hmm.
how do you get 3 kids, a mom and dad, from one town to the next to feed them kids and then get back to where you know where you're at?
I don't know.
Unless you had a big giant like van or a
Right.
big old vehicle that could like take them to them places and get them fed and then bring them back to where they want to be.
So they're literally bringing them in by busloads. Is that what you
They're
said?
like, okay, so like I watched the other day, and I don't record this kind of stuff because
Uh huh.
I just don't feel like families should be put on Front Street like this.
Right.
So like I literally watched a Greyhound bus drop off at least 7 different kinds of families: Mexican, Spanish, Japanese, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
orientated, and just be dropped into the city and do not know where to go.
Right. Wow.
They might have maybe a couple $100 on them, maybe to get a room and maybe some little bit of food for them. But
Yeah.
a room here a night is $270 a night, a week.
A week.
200. Me and Donnie pay $270 a week.
Wow.
That's damn near $300.
Yeah.
And
Most
so
of
if you take 270 plus tax and you pay for a room, so that family's maybe left with what, $10 to try to eat off of. And if that baby needs formula, that's another $30.
right. So why is our government bringing people in here and not being able to feed them? They're just trying to ruin our country. I'm sorry, but listen, I feel bad for these people, but it's way worse on them to come here and not have no food, nowhere to go.
But
And
is it worse to be where they are, where they're bombing their whole city and their children are dying? Or is it better for them to be here and live where it's freaking hot as crap. It's like 90 degrees out right now.
Right.
And be
Right.
hot. What's up, man? No, it ain't mine. Not mine. I don't know whose that is, son. Alright, thank you. See, this guy just walked up to me and asked me about a phone charger, and some other stuff. Asked me if it was mine. It's not mine. And that's all I could say, not mine, and move my hands to where he can understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because he couldn't understand me saying it's not mine.
Yeah, he can't understand what you're saying.
And he's a Mexican.
Yeah, they don't. A lot of them don't.
I mean, it irritates me. I mean, not that it's not their fault they can't talk English. It's not their fault.
No.
But it
No.
irritates me because I cannot socialize with them.
Right. Right. And that's how it is. Here too. It's the same way. Um. But the thing is they're bringing them here, and a lot of them are just leaving their children, and their children are succumbing to monsters. You know what I mean? Miss Daisy, don't get my blood pressure up talking about our government. It's time the people of our country step up. I agree, Peppa.
But as long as we have what's the name in office, it's never gonna go well.
I know. We got to pray about that. That's all we can
You
do. Is
know,
about
I honestly don't like no president, but Trump was kind of better than the rest of them.
Yeah. That's my opinion. I don't want to turn none of my peeps away from me, because a lot of people do have their own opinion, but
Right, and everybody's okay with that. It's okay to have
yeah.
your own opinion. No, he wasn't trying to ask me to buy it. No. He goes, "You lost it?" I said, "No." So
Right.
no, he was looking for the rightful person that had it.
Yeah.
He wasn't
Yeah.
asking me to buy it. No, he can speak a little bit of English. The other night he asked me, "You have cigarette?" I said, "Yeah, I'll give you one."
Yeah. I
There's
just
some things they can't say though.
yeah, I know a few words, but I don't know a whole lot. Vote Ronald to 2024. We'll sure to do that. We'll sure do that, Ronald. 2024.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna vote Daisy instead.
Daisy cow. He may
Uh,
be asking to charge his phone.
no, he wasn't asking for that either. I could read lips,
Mm.
so I know what he was asking. He was asking me if I lost my charger because it was a phone and a charger, and then it was like where you buy the card from Walmart.
Uh-huh.
It was a phone card all involved, and he come off from the top, and he was he was asking everybody on the top and everything. I
Oh.
wasn't the first person he asked.
Oh. I laugh at the TikToks of Biden. Well, y'all, I try not to get in the middle of all that, because last election I got kind of stirred up with feathers in it. So now I'm trying to stay neutral and just say that our Lord will take care of our country, but we really, really need something better than what we have right now.
Right, yeah. I'm not gonna go against nobody, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just pray about it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I feel bad for these people that they're bringing in here, because they are homeless. I know that they probably have a better life, some of them, but some of these little babies are being brought across the border and left, and they're abandoned. They're starving to death and everything. I mean,
I'm
they're
hoping I say this right. Pipia. Trump loves our country. Biden loves himself. It'll stop. Exactly. Exactly. I can totally agree with her.
I hear a little one in the background.
You see you hear one little one, but there's three little ones.
Oh, poor little babies.
I'm about to go in, I guess, and make Well, I got some pizza left over that I went and got a hot red pizza for $5 today. These little guys could probably use something to eat.
Yeah, definitely. Bless his heart. Oh,
So I'll probably be in the room tonight making some stuff for these kids to eat.
oh, them poor little babies. Um, you can use your phone to translate, but it doesn't do no good.
I can't do it because like I can do uno, dos, cuatro, cinco, seis, but that's
Uh-huh.
all the further I can do any kind of Spanish or anything.
I can say Dolor, that's pain, and
I
Amigo.
can't even.
I can't do anything
I don't
else though.
even. I've heard the name Amigo, but I don't know what it means, so I
I
don't
think it
use it.
means man, and Poppy
Oh,
means husband or something like that. I don't
see,
know a
I
whole
don't
lot
know
of
any of that.
but I just hate it. It's very, very, very sad, It's a sad situation for everyone. There has to be something better. There have to be something better, for these people, for the Hispanic people and the American. If our countries would work together, maybe we could build, the country of Mexico up, and they could be, they could have lots of stuff too.
I wish everybody would just like. I know it's different countries and everybody's fighting against everybody,
Mhm.
but I wish like everybody would just like get along and like work for the better goal in life. Like
Me too.
it's
Too.
it's our children that are being abused and they're our future.
They are our future. Amen. They're definitely our future. And you know,
Oh, I hear sirens.
you've got a lot of sirens there.
Oh, they stopped automatically.
Oh my lord.
Oh, what in the crap? That's another thing I don't understand. These fire trucks and stuff around here, like,
Uh-huh.
they'll wail their sirens and put their horns and lights on and all that to
Mhm.
to get up on the interstate. As soon as they're on the interstate, they'll shut that all off.
Wow.
It's like they're
That's
all
a
trying to
wild
run through
place.
these red lights and get away with it by using their lights and sirens.
That's wild. That is wild. It would only take me 24 hours to make Mexico great again. Listen, Marshall.
Okay,
Okay, Marshall.
you say so.
Y'all, sadly, they are so right. Yeah, I know. It's sad. Our government isn't the greatest at all. All the elites are.
Why was the innocent timed out?
I don't know.
Innocent said I was timed out because I asked Candace if she had money for rent for the next week.
Maybe it was an accident.
No, we don't. We really don't have rent for next week, but we're working on it and we're trying our best.
Well, maybe we could do like another show and maybe try to get you some help. I just hate to do it on this live because this is about the other.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Yeah. So maybe I can do one tomorrow. We just have a little chit chat and get you some help on that, if that's all right, Candace. Mods can't time other mods out. Yeah, sometimes they can. Miss Daisy is showed. Oh, it must have been a crossfire. Ken, I will
Oh.
try to send if you go and get them babies a snack and handouts. Jennifer Watt said you that she will give you money if Daisy give Candace this to get them kids some food. Let me put the Christine. I wish you wouldn't give it through that because YouTube takes it. Um, YouTube takes 30% of that, Candace or Christine. I wish you'd have sent it some other way. I'm sorry. YouTube takes that and I won't get that for a month. Give that to them. I'll put Candace's Cash App out, y'all. I put her Cash App out. I just hated to do that on this live because it's about the other kids. And you know how people talk. So, but yeah, if y'all want to help Candace, right there's her Cash App, y'all. When people give super chats, YouTube takes 30% of the super chats, and then it's like a month before I get it. Give this to them kids for some food. Have a good heart, Candace. Thank you, Christine. I think YouTube actually takes 35% of it, to be honest with you. Candace, you gonna come back up? Can you cancel it, Christine, and just send it through a Cash App? 35%, yeah. Hey, Amy. Are you gonna come back up, Candace? Christine, can you come back? Are you gonna come back up? Candace? I'm doing good. I just hate to put Cash Apps out, y'all, on lives with little kids missing. I wish we would have done another live with that tonight. That's just how I feel, guys. Oh, shoot. Sorry, Christine. I'll try to. Oh. You heard it's 50% now? I'm not for sure, but YouTube literally rips us off. I have a lot of Mexican friends that say Mexicans need Americans' help. I'm not scared of any of you knowing it. I don't know if it's 30% or not. But if y'all going to give to Candace, give her through a Cash App. I just hate to do that with this baby's live. That's all it is. And mods, I do wish that you would ask before, mention that in chat before any of that. We could do that on another live. Hang on, Candace is having a hard time getting up here. Hey, there you are. Well, people are saying that they want to send money to you to help the kids out.
Okay.
So I put your Cash App out there for you. I just hate to do it on this live because it's about those other little kids.
Right, yeah, we should probably do it another night.
Don't want people saying stuff about it, but I don't mind help. I don't mind putting your Cash App out. It's just that on this live is, but we'll put it out here anyway because those little kids need help.
Yeah, they desperately do.
We'll end the live and start another. And I'll put it out on this one. It's okay. It is storming there at Candace. I know you had a good one for a few days. It's storming here now.
It's not storming here tonight. It's actually like 80 degrees.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad that these little kids, Do you have a PayPal, Candace? They're wanting
Yes,
to know if
I have
Wait,
a PayPal too.
Let me put it up here. I got a banner. I'll put the banner up. I think here it is. It's scrolling at the bottom, y'all.
It's too hot to sit in that car anymore.
Is that where you was? Is in the car?
Yeah, I was sitting in the car.
Uh, it's scrolling down the bottom, y'all. If y'all want to give to Candace to help her and Dawn out and help those little kids.
I need to plug the phone in, but look, see that guy asked me if that stuff was mine, and I told him no, and then there he's on the steps.
What is that? Start a new one? I don't want to have to go through all that, y'all. Hey, Zigzag. Is your Walmart open all night? Get them a backpack, wipes, bottles, tents.
There is a 24-hour Walmart down the street.
Hang on just a second.
I can't go in the room because Donnie's asleep, and he says I talk louder than my headphones let me.
Oh. Let's see. But yeah, if y'all want to give, don't do it in Cash Apps. Do it or in Super Chats. Do it in Cash Apps because YouTube takes it, and I won't get it for a month. And where'd you go, Candace? Hang on, I'm getting a. Hang on, y'all. Okay, there we go. All right, let me see here. Where'd Candace go? Miss Daisy, Lady of Love's the other name. No, that's not. Lady of Love is not the same person. She's not the same person. But yeah, guys, I mean, I don't mind putting cash apps out when I want to, but when I have a live with some other children on it, I don't like to put cash apps out for people. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it under another live, but this live is about these boys, and that's why I don't. So next time, if y'all don't mind, just send me a message and ask me first before you put it out there or mention it, because this live is about the kids, but I don't mind putting it out there, but just under another live. And you have to go through a process to put another live up. So that's the thing. Like, I don't mind putting it out there under another live, but this one I just, it's about the boys. This live is about the boys. So yeah. Candace, you are pretty. You remind me of Aunt, and this was a special lady. I don't know if Can's coming back up or not, y'all. But I understand y'all want to give. I do understand that. So that's why I put it up here. But normally on other lives, like with other children on them, I don't like to put cash apps up. Yeah, she'll be back. She'll be back. Come back up, Can, if you want to. It's sad. These little boys is so sad, y'all. So sad. Always late. Maybe she can share the GoFundMe link for the boys. Hey, what's up?
My phone keeps kicking me out because I only got 4% phone charge.
Oh, you're about to go dead, ain't you?
Yeah, and I can't go in the room because Donnie's sleeping, and if I'm talking too loud.
Yeah, I'm about to end this live anyway because I've been on here for 4 hours and 21 minutes. We might do a live tomorrow if you want to, Can. And
oh yeah, no problem. We can do one tomorrow.
Money for those little ones if you want. We can put your
Yeah,
cash
that'd be cool because
yeah,
I'll go to Walmart and get some stuff for them.
Yeah, I hate to do it on this live because of
Yeah,
it's
I don't want to do on this live either because it's about them boys.
yeah, and I just feel like if it's a chit chat with me and you, that that'll be a good thing. But
Right, it's totally different than, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Totally
But
agree.
I will be putting her Cash App on my community page. So anybody that wants to see the Cash App, you can go to my community page.
All the
It
money that people send me tonight or whenever, tomorrow, whatever, I will do. I'm not going to do a live, but I'll do a video in Walmart of me getting stuff. And
Oh,
then I will do a video of me handing it out to the children. So everybody can see where it all went.
yeah, that's so sad. They need blankets and stuff.
I will
One of
do that. That way people can't say, oh, she's just using that money for herself and blah, blah. No, I want people to see what I'm doing with it.
yeah, yeah. I don't blame you. I don't
What are you
blame
doing, pretty baby kitty?
if you can send food to YouTubers protesting, they can send food to babies. Yeah, I know, Valerie. I understand that.
I can go to Walmart and get, like, they serve those things in, like, the hot section where you can get food and bring it to them.
Yeah, that's so sad that those little babies are hurting so bad, you know?
Actually, I have a family sitting over there in the other parking lot. I gotta go
It's
take care
just,
of it tonight. I've
it's
been taking care
kids,
of them for a couple nights.
it's kids they've been put out of the hotel rooms there in Arkansas. They're
Yeah, they don't
Hispanic
have
families.
nothing.
They're Hispanic families, and they uh, they really don't have no food or nothing, do they?
They don't have no food, no blankets, no nothing.
Yeah, yeah. So it's
Uh,
sad.
I don't know if y'all can see that big old tractor trailer over there
Yeah,
across the way. Well,
I
there's a
can't.
family that stays up underneath there, and they don't have
Hugs them.
anything.
They stay underneath that tractor trailer.
Well, I mean, you're out of the weather, so.
Yeah.
But they don't have no food, no blankets, or nothing. So I've been going over there every night about 11 o'clock and giving them stuff out of my fridge.
You know God will bless you for that, Candace.
Yeah,
God
one
will
day.
bless you. Yeah. God can make all things new. Good night, Marshall. That makes me sad and
Well,
mad. They bring them here and nowhere to live and food and eat. Yeah, they suffer a lot.
it's very sad.
It's very sad. Also, Walmart delivers made me sick when he was acting like and he was complaint wasn't gonna hurt anyone coming after him. What age is one's what 6 months old? Candace,
Than a 4-year-old.
4 year old and a 6 months old Carice. It breaks my heart. It does.
I feel so bad for them. Like, I wish that there was more that I could do.
The government. I don't know if they need documents. The government will take care of them. Y'all, it's a whole mess. Our country has become a whole mess. A whole mess. Thank you for sharing, Candid. Can. It helps me to understand you. Love you, Candace. Aw.
Well, thank you, God's girl.
Miss Daisy, free country cowboy in the Jinkies. Jinkies is. We'll do a live tomorrow. Me and Can will, and I'll put her cash app out, and I'll put her cash app on my community
Pink
page.
Butterfly, a lot of them don't know to go to welfare and get help because they've been dropped off in a town that they have no clue what is or where they're at.
Sad.
They wouldn't even know where the first spot to even go to. And even if you try to tell them, they can't understand English to get there.
When my husband gets home, I'll PayPal. I'll put it on my community page, guys. I'll put it on my community page. Could you call the police to come help them? There's so many of them, they can't. Can they, Candace?
Come get them and take them where?
If they are dropped off, then they are documented.
Where are the police going to take them? The Salvation Army's closed. They close at 8 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock at night. Where are they going to go?
Exactly.
And there's a lot of places that won't take them because the families don't want to split up.
Get them a cheap cooler. You can get them ice from the motel for their drinks.
And I've been doing that. I've been getting ice
want-
from the motel.
Oh, people want
Especially
to
during
hug.
the day when it's hot.
People are saying they just want to hug you.
And I love everybody, and I'm just really worried about these children right now.
Texas, they let the babies and mama stay in a shelter, and all the men are outside surrounding it, walking around with cell phones. But most of them is exactly what Candace is stating. God help them. I know it's sad.
It's not right though. It's not fair. The fathers should be with the wives and their children.
Yeah.
It's not right. The father shouldn't have to stand outside all night long. Why the mother and babies are in safely. The father should be with them.
Yeah, everybody deserves to eat and have food and not be put out, whether they're mother, father, children. Everybody deserves to eat. Nobody should go hungry. The Lord has blessed us all, and He will continue. You know, people are so obsessed with money and stuff, but they don't realize God is a never ending giver, and He never endingly gives to us if we ask Him. You know, Catholic Church
Hi,
gives.
babies.
I never seen homeless in Australia till last few years, so we take food, uh, cook huge pots of spaghetti and other stuff. We drop it off to Tent City in the park. Aw, it seems like a lot of the workers would know Spanish, so they could communicate with the homeless. I'm trying to learn Spanish. Use.
I'm live. What, baby? Because we're talking about some stuff.
I wish I could help. I'm sad. Can't. It's okay, Peppa. You're good.
Oh, yeah,
Daisy,
you're fine,
our
hon.
7-year-old missing Santana, San Antonio. Wow, puppy love. I hope they find that.
Daisy.
Yes.
Yes, she
Yes.
is.
Oh,
Sorry.
the
Donnie's
greatest
asking me a bunch of questions.
will of God is to take care of the widows and the orphans. That's true, y'all. That is
Yeah.
true.
Totally agree.
Yeah. It's sad, y'all. I get so heartbroken when I see homelessness with children. I do too. It's sad. We need to take care of our people, y'all. We need to take care of our other humans. Now, if these people that don't want help, like people that are dangerous, that's a different story. But somebody that is having a hard time, that's what God is endless giver. Like I said, He is an endless giver. That's all I can say. Is like He's always took care of me no matter what. Like in my hardest time, He's always made a way. That's just how He's done. And He's the great creator, so why couldn't He give us what we want and what we need? All these people that holds on to every penny and just like obsesses over their money, they don't know that God can give them all of what they want and their heart's desires. You know?
Yeah. I mean,
This
God look
song
out for every child.
minutes ago. Oh, I'm sorry, puppy love. Well, I put it back underneath here, strolling again. If you don't want to, y'all was getting irate with me, so I had to put it back out there. And anyone more soft than you, when you can, sometimes just hands up is all we need. Been there. It's humiliating to have to beg. Right. If you have a desire to help, you will be surprised that there is homeless in your own community. Gather up unwanted extra canned goods and water and go to your local food pantry. We do have a food pantry here where I'm at, and we do have homeless shelters, but like I see homeless people that have dogs and their dogs are their children, and they will not go to a shelter even in below zero weather. They will stand out there to keep their doggies warm than to go to a shelter. I literally begged the man one night to go. I was going to bring him home, but they advised me not to do it. Puppy, I'm going to be looking. I haven't got any number on this.
The Catholic churches around here do not help people. I was just letting Rhonda Lynn know that.
We have a blessing box that people can drop off stuff to. Yeah, there's a few around here, and there's a lot in Harlan, Kentucky, but a lot of people like tear them up in Kentucky, where I'm originally from. I guess I could unblock Jinkies. Didn't know if y'all know I had Jinkies blocked,
Of course you did.
but I guess I can unblock her.
Yeah, tonight would be a good night.
Yeah, I'm still mad at her though.
Well, y'all can be mad at each other, but you still gotta love each other.
Right? It's true. Let me see. Lord Ronald has got so many things. Jinkies rumor has it.
Hashbrown says, "Yay, free Jinkies."
Free Jinkies. We've got a lot of people on here that's been. I'm have to go through my list. Free country cowboy. Living life. You know, a lot of people that were my friends, they I have to block them now because they are just so mean. You know, where they once were friends. I think that's all right now that I'm going to unblock. But Jinkies is free. Free Jinkies.
Jennifer Watts said, "Free the sister." Yeah, even though everybody gets upset with each other, we still have to love each other.
We know where the Titanic is, but we don't know where the submersible is. So it could be that it's nowhere near that depth, and that's what we should all hope for at this time. Maybe wouldn't it be best if we knew it was close to the Titanic, so at least we had a bullseye to go after, Alex? Your final thoughts on, what they do next? They send another sub down there? The sub can only go so far. Again, they're going to have to...
I guess I'm the only one left here.
I'm back. I don't know. We're having a lot of storms, so it just stopped me off. I'm back
I
now.
don't know. I was over here and I was like, ain't nobody here but me.
Candace, the channel is yours. Daisy dropped off. That's okay. Ken can stay up here. But yeah, this case, these little boys and all that, that's so sad. YouTube streets has been quiet tonight, ain't they? There ain't really been nobody on tonight.
Well, that's good though.
Yeah, it is. The lesser, the better. Oh, Jinkies is live.
Oh, really?
Jinkies is live, you guys.
Oh my gosh. Always.
Y'all see the heart. Should we go over and troll her? Let's try love Streamer, y'all.
Unreliable power grid. We're investing in the people.
I'm gonna go over there and mess with Miss Jenkins.
But we're also on the front line leading us forward.
Sitting in the grass and and
Streamer,
it was just it was so beautiful, guys. It was just beautiful. Everybody was
standing that
I don't know if there was anybody that didn't shed a tear during that moment. It really was beautiful. Say hi to my people coming in. There's Bootsy, Michelle Davis, MC Lick Lick Top, and Lori P. What'd you say, Lori? Most of us were brought together because.
Well, can I believe I'm going to because I've been on here almost 5 hours. You want to join me tomorrow night and we'll have a little chit chat and stuff?
Yeah, let's go over and jump on Jinkies.
I'm gonna go over and troll Jinkies. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Thanks for coming up, Candace. I appreciate it.
Love y'all.
Love you guys. Love you, Candace. Thank you for coming up. Thank you guys for coming on the chat tonight, and thank you all for all your support and all your love and everything else. Please say a prayer for these little babies. Say a prayer for Candace and Don and Candace and Don's children, baby Summer. Keep these people in your prayers. Keep these little homeless kids in your prayers. I do have Candace's Cash App down the bottom. I don't know if anybody wants to help Candace and Don out or help with those little kids. That would be much obliged, much appreciated. I love you guys. All your help. Y'all are badly hurt. God bless you guys. You know, go on over to no, I'm just kidding. But love you all. I'll see you all tomorrow. Are you still here? Somebody brought there, King.
I love you. I said I love you. Me and Daisy are gonna put together a thing.
Black King fan. Love you all. Good night, everybody. Bye.